Good afternoon and welcome to day 2 of the Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. Day 2, we have 5 AMA National Championships up for grabs today at the Briggs Stratton Motorplex at Road America. I'm Roger Hayden and I'm joined by James Rispoli in the booth as we head into the second day. James, what are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to some amazing racing. Yesterday we saw some awesome kids really bar banging, and we saw a lot of amazing racing, and I can't wait to get things underway.
So if you were here with us yesterday, it's going to be the same schedule. You see the Stock 110 race will go first at 2 Eastern local, then the GP 190, then the Stock 50 class, then the GP 160, and then the third race for the Street GP goes off at 3:25 Eastern. Then we take a little bit of an intermission, and then the last race of the weekend, race 4 for each class, 4:05 Eastern is the Stock 10, then 4:25 GP 190, 4:45 Eastern Stock 50, 5:05 Eastern is the GP 160, and then 5:25 is the Street GP Stock 125 race 4. Yesterday the track went one direction. All the riders seemed to really like it. The big thing about this 2-day program is today the track's not the same. It's going to be totally different. So James, what do you see? What sticks out to you on this track?
Well, it's completely different, Raj, and we're seeing that with all the lap times today, and we're seeing a lot of different riders either get a little bit more comfortable or like this direction more as we look at coming through, getting a lot more technical early on through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then as we can start to get 8 through 11 here, things start to open up. And there's some passing opportunities. I think turn 10, getting a good run out of there so you can make a pass into turn 11. And it starts to go way back downhill from turn 11 to 12 as we start to cruise into the last part where there's going to be a last lap battles to try to win that AMA Grand National Championship.
Yeah, a lot of battles, and like you said, the track's totally different than yesterday. The first part of the track yesterday was fast, and now it's the last part of the track. And some kids were looking forward to this. We heard a lot of them talk yesterday that they like this layout a little better, and some like the first day. So it's going to be interesting to see when we was watching the qualifying times this morning. The change of direction definitely threw a couple new names at the front.
Yeah, I believe so, and I think the championship hunt's going to get even tighter here as we get ready for the Stock 110. We see bikes on track. The elevation that this track has is a lot different going the opposite way. Instead of coming down the hill through this tight technical where it's a lot off camber, we're now going uphill with it, and they can really build momentum and build speed going through the track.
As we get ready for the first Stock 10 110 class, everybody was out on their sighting lap. They do the same grid procedure as the MotoAmerica event, so these riders can go ahead and get some practice at a young age, seeing how that starting procedure is. They do the sighting lap, they come around, they either have a mechanic or maybe a parent there in their grid spot waiting for them, and when everybody's clear, we'll head off on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, and you can see the 37 there on pole position. Gabriel Datis is the points leader, the current points leader, as we have Christian Berlowitz in second, Blake Sarantino in third. Those are your top 3 in points as we get off here on the warm-up lap. But as we saw in qualifying, Ethan Reardon, number 913, we got to stay and look at him and keep with him as the points are quite tight, 2nd through 4th place. It'll be interesting to see if anybody can latch on to the 37 though.
Yeah, he had a crash this morning, Gabriel did, so we'll see how that plays out as we look at the starting grid. As you see, pole sitter Gabriel Datis, Ethan Reardon, Christian Berlitz, they're rounding out the front row. Row 2, Blake Sarantino. We go down to the 3rd row, John Sarkis, Israel Cavasas, Karina Tancredi there, and then the last row, Jared Masanga and Soksai Allen starting 11.
As the bikes are on track on the warm-up lap, getting those tires warm, shaking out the jitters and those things. As we take a look at our championship standings, Gabriel Datis with 60 points, Blake Sarantino in second, Christian Berlowitz, number 4th place, Ethan Reardon, 5th, John Sarkis, Israel Cavasas, Jira Masanga, Chase Jazikoff, 9th, and we've got, rounding out your top 10, Karina Tancredi. We have a close shot of Gabriel at us here. We'll see how things shake out. Points are everything today, Raj.
Points are everything. He won both races yesterday, so he's got the momentum on his side. The lights are on, and when they go off, we will be starting that first race. We did see some movement on that front row.
I believe that's the 913 that we saw of Ethan Reardon. It's not what we want to see. We'll see how the stewards, the AMA or MotoAmerica officials look at there as we snake our way through up in this first opening lap, and it looks like Gabriel Datus takes the lead and already trying to stretch him out a little bit.
Yeah, he has his head down already. We were wondering about that crash, if it was going to hurt his confidence or not, but it looks like right now he's kind of got his head down early and going to try to pull a little bit of a gap. And back to that start, we, at the riders meeting the other day, that same thing as the MotoAmerica race weekend, jump start could be a time penalty.
As we start to see some movement back for the second and third place here, but Gabriel Datus
missed the
out
gear.
Front. Yeah, out front though, put his head down. It seems like it's tightening up this top four.
Yeah, he missed the gear coming down the hill, and you can see what that did. The top four riders have really bunched up, and that's what they want to do. They want to latch on to Gabriel and not let him pull away like he did yesterday.
It will be interesting to see as we see, I believe that is the 111 of Blake Sarantino in second place, if he can kind of latch on to Gabriel here. I mean, they're going to have to beat Gabriel to try to take this championship.
Yeah, these riders must win if they want a shot at that AMA #1 plate this afternoon. And what a great first lap for Blake Sarantino, starting on that second row. And a good start and get himself second early. But now looks like Gabriel's kind of got his head down, collected himself a little bit after that mistake.
It's got to be hard, too, just changing the track direction around. Your marks get all changed. You run wide maybe, and your mind's so set from yesterday that your brake markers all change and the feeling of everything changes. So it must be a little bit different, trying to just get the marks right, especially if you have, either a jump start or your move, getting your head right back into the game.
Yeah, and speaking of that Ethan Reardon, we've seen he jumped that start 9:13. He has been assessed a 5-second jump start penalty, so that will go to his overall time of the race. So it's unfortunate for him, but he's still in the race, and just means he's got to put his head down and try to make up as much time as possible of that 5 seconds.
He's just got to put his head down, try to make some passes and clear off as far as he can, try to eat into that gap. I mean, he's not going to know that he has that 5-second gap or that 5-second penalty. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays it. I think he's just going to keep his head down. But as we see, Gabriel Datus with that 101.9, he's already got a 1.3 second gap over the 111 of Blake Sarantino.
These three riders are starting to kind of battle a little bit, and I think it's letting Gabriel kind of check out. We see him there trying to make a couple moves there at the top of the hill.
And you look at the 17, Christian Berlowitz was really fast yesterday. It seems like he's getting a little bit smoother and starting to find some rhythm on the back of this battle here.
Talk about the changing the directions of the track. Your passing points that you had in the race yesterday is totally different from yesterday to today, and that's the thing these kids are going to have to learn when they're behind another one is, where can I pass? Where are the passing spots on this track since we're going a different direction?
Definitely the early part of the track is a lot more technical. As they go through this right-hander, it starts to climb up the hill. The elevation really starts to come into the track here. As you can see, the riders start snaking their way back up towards the hill. And I believe this is turn 10. They come out of here, and that long straightaway now to one of the best braking opportunities is turn 11. And then they start to drive down the hill towards turn 12 and really start putting a lot of pressure on that front tire.
Yeah, this is a tricky corner because it's 50 feet of elevation coming down that hill, and it's really pushing you into that chicane. And you got to be careful not to, break yourself too deep, because the hill, you're going a lot faster than you think.
As we saw yesterday, Raj, it's a little bit different as we see the riders. Some of them going a little bit deeper, run a little wide, some going slower and try to get a better run. What do you think today? How would you approach it?
I think going up the hill where you went back to turn 10 is where I would really focus on my drives. Kind of where we see these riders are at right now. From here, the track really starts going uphill from this point, even just a little bit through here. And when they get to that left-hander, from there, it's going all uphill. And you know how it is on these bikes with not a lot of horsepower. Momentum is everything.
Looking at a battle here with the 111 of Blake Sarantino and the 17, Christian Berlowitz, rolling around the outside to see if he can't do anything. There's not a lot of room if you're going to try to make a pass around the outside. You got to have a lot of speed.
Yeah, a lot of speed, but now looks got himself on the inside, headed in the chicane. Just hasn't got close enough to be able to sneak in front of him a couple bike lengths to make a clean pass.
And the 111 of Blake Sarantino, you could see him just move a little bit left, back right, and just not give him any room to try to make a pass. As we see, I believe that is the 913 of Ethan Rear, and that's in second place and starting to clear off.
He's in second, but 5-second penalty when he comes across the start-finish line. It says second. Really, on the time, I believe he's in fourth overall. So if he wants to beat one of these guys with that time penalty behind him, he's going to have to beat him by 5 seconds. And he needs to get his head down now. It's not a huge gap.
As we see the riders getting really close, the 111 and the 17 here, the battle starting to rage between these two riders. Points are everything as the 17 gets a really good run, has to roll out from the 111. Blake Sarantino just moving over and kind of taking his line away, but the 17 of Christian Berlowitz really just applying so much pressure, and every point matters today for that AMA National Championship.
And Blake's doing a good job, so that kind of stays to the inside. He's making Christian go around the outside, and you know how it is, James. That's a lot harder to make that pass around the outside.
Yeah, definitely, Raj. As we roll in with 4 laps to go, these races are long, so there's still plenty of time for the 17 to make some, maybe back off and then try to attack again. As we go back to the leader of the 37, just calm, cool, and collected. I can tell you that crash did not affect him at all.
Not at all. You see, he looks back now, knows that he has quite the gap. He hasn't really slowed down any. His lap times are still really fast and consistent, and knows right now he doesn't want to throw it away with almost a 7-second lead.
And what I love about Gabriel is he just sends it. He's wild. He just always trying to go faster every lap. It doesn't matter if he's got a 6-second lead or what. He's just constantly pushing. We're seeing the lap times of a 101.4, head and shoulders ahead of the field at the moment.
Yeah, and right now he's going to come up onto some lap traffic, and he's going to have to remember, as he looked back, he's seen he had a little bit of a gap. He doesn't have to force the issue with these lappers, and just make sure he makes it by clean.
Yeah, and he really just has to continue with his marks as we see the front end chattering quite a bit on that 37. That's got to be hard to ride through. I know when I have some chatter on the front, it really messes with me mentally, and we heard, I believe, Gabriel, yesterday in your interview say just trying to slow down and be smoother to try to get rid of some of that chatter.
Yeah, it looks like even today that the track there, that corner yesterday, they were struggling with rear grip. And you see, look at Gabriel, really smart through there for a young rider, just to be patient and find his spots to make that pass and then try to force the issue and, tangle with another rider.
Yeah, and there's 2 different manufacturers in this class. There's a Kawasaki, which we see right with the number 37, as well as we have Yamahas in this class as well. Both play great contingencies programs. The Kawasaki, I believe, has got a clutch and a little bit better ground clearance, so it seems to be the preferred machine at the moment. But as soon as somebody does well on another bike, everybody goes and buys that bike.
Yeah, and not only is the AMA national title up for grab today, but you get the guitar from Dunlop if you're the champion. You also get the pendant, the Tommy Duma pendant. There's a Narai helmet up for grabs as well. Motion Pro stuff. So there's a lot up for grabs, even more than just the prize possession, that AMA National number 1.
And talking with, as we go back to the battle here with the 111 of Blake Sarantino, and
they've chased down Ethan a little bit on track, even with the time penalty, though. But they both, look at these two. We got a battle for that last podium spot.
It'll be interesting to see if the 17 can make a move on Blake Sarantino, as he's been hounding him all race. It's just he's so good on the brakes and through the flip-flop. If you can just see, he just is very quick with his movements going through the chicanes. It makes it very difficult for the 17 of Christian Berlowitz to make a move.
We see Gabriel there, the white flag, 1 lap to go. He just has to keep it clean from here. You see he comes out of this left-hander, kind of looks to the left a little bit, make sure he still has the lead that he thinks he has.
And with having a gap of that, when you're snaking through the course, you can kind of see behind you and start gauging, hey, where am I at? Where are the competitors behind me? And he's just keeping it cool. He's got, last lap was a 101.8. But look at the battle behind.
Gabriel's just been, ever since the lights went out, head down, got a gap. We've seen him make that one little mistake where he missed the gear coming downhill, but from there he has not put a wheel wrong. Just so smooth and consistent. Front end chatter, and you mentioned that, just the way he's able to ride through there. He's got a couple corners left to go as he heads toward the checkered flag. If he's able to keep it good out of this last corner, it is going to be 3 in a row for Gabriel Daddis. Impressive victory again as we see this battle here.
Who's going to be it? And it looks like it's going to fall right in line with Blake Sarantino, the 11, finishing second, Christian Berlowitz third, and then the 913 of Ethan Reardon is going to finish fourth with that 5-second penalty.
It's unfortunate for the penalty, but, you know, it's better to do it this early and learn from that than do it when wait until you get to the MotoAmerica level or the next level. So I think as bad as it's a bummer to have that penalty, but it can be a huge learning opportunity for that young kid.
And really, I mean, he's still solid points in this. Anything can happen, a crash or any sort of mishap really will change the points. But Gabriel out front with 3 wins. I think it's going to be really tough to catch him unless he makes a big mistake.
Yeah, he's going to have a big mistake. And the way we've seen him riding so far, not making any mistakes, you know, it's going to be tough for these other guys to be able to do it. It's all on his court. If he doesn't make a mistake, it's his.
But we know when the championship's really on the line, it changes things. The pressure gets changed, and you know things start happening a little different. You start hearing things in your ears, the bikes, this, that, and the other. And yeah, I mean it's tough when you got a AMA national championship, that #1 plate on the line. But the 37 we're looking at coming into Parc Ferme now, a stellar victory for Gabriel Daddis. As we even look at, I believe, the results here, Gabriel Daddis is your dominant winner with Blake Sarantino in second place, Christian Berlowitz third, Ethan Reardon fourth, Chase Jazikoff fifth, Talon Nelson in sixth, John Sarkis seventh, Ujir Cabasas in eighth, Karina Tancredi, Soxai Allen Clifton rounding out your top 10. In our first race of Stock 110. As we have the 11th place rider, Jeremy Sanga. As we got the Briggs Stratton Motorplex, this is such a beautiful track for the kids to race on, going the opposite way today. Completely different stakes and track where it's a very tight and technical through the first bit, and it gets a lot more open towards the end as we have Roger Hayden down with our dominant winner, who's 3 on the bounce, Gabriel Daddis. Down to you, Raj.
Yeah, another awesome ride, Gabriel. How was it out there?
It felt really good. The bike was handling really, really good. I felt good, so really good altogether.
You had a crash this morning in qualifying. How did you get over that into this race?
I just try and push as hard as I can, and whatever happens, happens.
This afternoon, you have a nice little points lead going into race 4. Are you still going for the win to try to go undefeated, or are you going to play it safe?
I'm going to try to go for the win.
All right, good luck. That's what we like to hear. We want to see these kids go for it. Back to you, James.
That is awesome to hear. Thanks, Raj. Gabriel says he's just trying to push as hard as possible. That's how he got over the crash this morning in qualifying. And we saw that. I mean, it did not affect him in any single way with an 8.6 second lead over the 111 Blake Sarantino. He looks so good out there. As we start things in our proceedings. That is such a great way to start the day for race 1, stock 110 class. As we move into our second race of the day, the GP 190 class. Qualifying tightened up big time here with Matty Salem qualifying at a 53.113. But before we get into that, we're going to check the championship standings. Gabriel Datus with 85 points, 19 points over Blake Sarantino. In second place, Christian Berlowitz with 62 points. Ethan Reardon with that little bit of a mistake with 49 points in fourth. John Sarkis fifth. Chase Jazikoff sixth. Israel Kavasov seventh. Eighth, Talon Nelson. Ninth, Jared Masanga. You're rounding out your top 10. Karina Tancredi on 29 points. And 11th is Soxai Alan Clifton. It's going to be tough for people to close that gap on Gabriel.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, just he hasn't made a mistake, and as well as he's riding, and you know how it is when you're a young rider like that, James. You win once, and then you win again. That confidence, even for a young rider, is huge.
And doing it in dominant fashion. I mean, 8.65. We thought it was going to be a little bit closer with Blake Sarantino and Christian Berlowitz and Ethan Reardon actually doing really well in qualifying too, but Gabriel just seems like he's got a little bit of edge somewhere.
Just a little bit of a step, and for him, I think the big thing is able to get in those leads, and we see the other riders, they kind of battle a little bit, and you know how it is, it kind of slows each other down a little bit, and he's able to just kind of put in those consistent gaps and able to just kind of pull away just a little bit each lap.
Yeah, even his last lap was as fast as second and third place. So it's when you're consistent and you have that in the bag, you can kind of, like you said, every time you pass, it could be a half second, a couple tenths here and there. So
and it all adds up. That's when you going back and forth like that over the race, and it adds up. So, but as we know in racing, you never know what can happen. These riders have had 3 races to kind of watch and study him a little bit, and it's going to be the last race of the weekend for a lot of those kids. So they're going to be going for it.
They're going to be pushing as much as they can, as you heard Gabriel just said. As we look at our next class on track, GP 190 class, 12 to 16. Everybody on an Ovale. Monty Salem has been the clear favorite here. But as we said earlier in the broadcast, this track has thrown a loop for a lot of the riders. We saw the qualifying 2 really tighten up with Kenzie Matsudaira getting a lot closer to Matty Salem in qualifying, only 0.4 off.
Look at this beautiful facility here, James, right there. You see the Motorplex there where we're at. To the left, MotoAmerica, the big track that the big boys ride at, where you ride at, James, there. We got some cars racing there this afternoon, and man, everybody loves coming to this track. It doesn't matter if it's the big track or the small track, just a beautiful place.
It's always one of my favorite racetracks to come to.
And back to your point with Kenzie, he's a lot closer today, and he's going to be pushing pretty hard, and he wants to get a win. This is his warm-up lap here. He'll get one lap to really try to put some heat in the tires. It's a little bit warmer out there today. The sun's beaming a little bit warmer, a little bit less wind. So I think for these riders, the tire prep, the grip should be a little better.
Yeah, as we look at the starting grid here, Matty Salem has been dominant all weekends, won the first 2 races. Kenzie Matsudaira in second place in the middle of the front row. Ulysses Weirich in third place on the outside. Moving to the second row, Williams Delu on that 24 machine in fourth place, and Roman Darby in fifth place, rounding out your second, in the middle of the second row. It's going to be interesting to see if Kenzie can go with Madi here. We saw yesterday, early on in the first 2-3 laps, he could go with him, but it'll be interesting to see if he can and try to close in on some of that points gap as we see in the championship standings. Matty Salem with 60 points. Kenzie Matsudaira in second place. Ulysses Wayrich in third, Williams Daly fourth, Roman Darby in fifth, as we start to get the riders gridded up here for our GP 190.
This start is going to be important for Kenzie. He needs to get out front early on. Look at him, the lights come on, when the lights go out. Seen a little bit of movement there on this second row.
It looked like the 64 moved a little bit, and it looks like Madi Salem's in second place as we start to snake our way through.
Just what Kenzie needed to do. We mentioned it there, getting a good start and not let Madi get into his rhythm early on in this race.
And you can see the aggression out of Kenzie here. Kenzie is riding that 190 bike so hard right now and trying to put a little bit of distance between Madi Salem and doing everything, like you said, Raj, he needs to do to try to put some pressure under Madi to see maybe he can force a mistake as they come through down the hill at this Motorplex.
It's going to be a tough place to pass, and I think Madi also, he's looking aggressive early and wants to get out in the lead and be able to put his laps in, and this is what we wanted to see, these two guys, these two kids out there out front as Madi looks on the inside, going to make the move.
Backs it in. Madi Salem makes the move, but Kenzie Metsadura trying to set him up, and as they snake their way through, and chops the front end off of Madi Salem there and regains the lead.
That was good racing between those two kids. Good battles, good passes. You see what it means to them. They're not giving each other an inch.
And this is exactly what the 74 needs to do. Try to claw some points back on Madi Salem. I think it's going to be hard, but as you see, a little bit of a gap. Madi Salem there in second place. Pretty crazy to see him back in at Ovale 190.
Just trying to outbrake, make the pass, but Kenzie did a great job fighting back.
You can see they're pushing so hard. The bike snakes underneath Madi Salem, under brakes as he downshifts that 190 as they come back in the final couple corners across the stripe. The 74 is going to lead the second lap.
Look at Kenzie, a little bit more on the inside and going into the corner of this lap. He's not leaving that door open for Madi to try to make the pass.
And Kenzie does a 53.118. That's actually really close to Madi Salem's qualifying lap. So he's found some pace here, and he says, hey, I want this national championship as well.
Yeah, just great lap. And just the fight. You mentioned it the very first lap, the way he looks like he's pushing the issue a little bit more in this race, and it's showing.
And we saw how to qualifying Kenzie this morning just looked a lot more comfortable going this direction. For whatever way it is, maybe it's just the way the elevation and the way the corners are, it's just definitely suiting him a little bit better.
Yeah, we talk about the elevation. Some corners go downhill, and now the opposite. They've kind of got some camber, and maybe he likes a little bit of a camber. We'll see Madi here. He gets a really good run now this last corner through that chicane. But Kenzie's just smart. For a young rider to be that smart I'm going to give up a little bit on the exit of that first turn, but I'm not leaving the door open on the inside.
Nothing between Kenzie and Madi in this race. They're neck and neck. Madi Salem absolutely applying so much pressure to Kenzie. And Kenzie looks calm, cool, and collected, just putting laps together. Does a 52.8 that last lap, as we saw Madi do a 52.7. As we see a big lunge from Madi Salem up in turn 11.
And great job. He ran a little bit wide. Look at Kenzie fighting back already, but just not able to make the pass. And
they almost touch.
Oh.
They almost touch. Great IQ riding by the 74 there, not to Asif. Now he can get in tow and try to make a pass back.
Yeah, see, maybe he might try on the inside this lap. Go for it.
The 74 goes up the inside of Madi Salem into turn one. What great racing, Raj.
Great racing. Great way to make that pass and not run wide.
The aggression out of the 74 machine today is something that we have not saw, as we see maybe having a little look from Madi Salem behind, but maybe just keeping his powder dry right now. Relax and then try to make another push.
Yeah, it's where we see him make the pass the lap before. It doesn't look at Kenzie. It's just so smart when you watch him as he runs just a little bit wide there. He's going to have to work on that. But when somebody passes him that next lap, he's blocking that line.
He's got such good IQ riding. As we go down the last final chicane before we come across the stripe with 5 laps remaining this time by. The 74 leads 52.9, Madi 53.2. Oh, they get so close through that first little chicane there.
Yeah. Kenzie's just kind of closing off the entrance, and there goes Madi. Can he hold it? almost off the track, but was able to hold the line. We'll see if Kenzie can fight back.
And that's what's so cool about racing at the Motorplex. Almost 40 feet wide in some places where they can really snake the bikes and make passes. Do we see the 74 go back up underneath? No, Madi shuts the door there. It'll be interesting to see if Madi can put his head down and try to create a gap, but I don't know. Kenzie looks dangerous
He looks
today.
racy. You see,
this is a lunge. 74 makes a lunge as they come across the stripe. They're going to go by side to side. Madi Salem cannot go up the inside.
Wow. That was from way back. What a great pass that was.
Larry lunged there, Raj. Great racing by these two. Super clean racing as well.
Just too evenly matched.
This is what we came to see. They're fighting for an AMA national championship.
And this is what Kenzie's needed to do. We mentioned it before the race. You have to attack early and not let Madi get out there and get those laps in.
And we saw every time that Madi's come by, Kenzie's just straight back by trying to make a pass. Wants to lead this race from the front.
So we've come down. This lap before is where Kenzie made the pass. Madi looks like he's going to look at it this lap. Madi's good through this chicane. He's really good through this chicane.
They come across the stripe. 3 laps remaining of 52.6 for Kenzie Matsudaira, trying to just push as hard as possible. They are going almost a half second faster than they were in qualifying, so they are pushing the limit.
Kenzie's almost a second. You see Madi there tried to go on the inside again. Just Kenzie shuts the door.
There's so much pressure from Madi Salem behind. Calm, cool, and collected for the 74 machine. Like, as you said, just a little inside. Doesn't present any opportunities for the number 10 of Madi Salem to make a pass. But things are going to get dangerous here. What happens? What do you do if you're Madi Salem? What would you do?
Look right here. He's looking again, looking, going. He's going to make a lunge. He made it. Look at Kenzie going to try to go on the inside here, fight right back.
Great racing by both riders. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Oh, and Madi's able to go around the outside. Kenzie ran a little bit wide. It's going to go down to the last lap, James.
This is what we wanted to see. These two fight head-to-head. As we see, Madi goes a little bit tight there. The 74 tries to open it up. But I think here, turn 10, as we start to get the run down the straightaway, the long straightaway, a good passing opportunity. Madi goes so tight.
So tight. He's not going to let him try to make that pass on the inside. Just such smart racecraft for both of these riders for being as young as they are. Look at Madi now. He's going to go to the left a little bit, block the inside.
They're so smart. They are so smart as we start.
Headed into the last lap. 1 to go.
I don't know who I can pick. Whoa, that's a big tight line for Madi Salem as the 74 enters wide, trying to find some sort of room. I don't know where it's going to be, Raj.
It's going to have to be a big move. You know, Madi, we've seen on this whole lap, he has not left the inside open. Look, runs a little bit wide there. Kind of rushed the entry. That's the thing. When you enter low, it kills your job.
Yeah, the 74 trying to mount an attack here. Madi Salem trying to hold off Kenzie. I don't know where it's going to be, but I think it's going to be a massive lunge. Oh, he's way tight. And he makes it stick, but then Madi Salem goes straight back underneath him.
Just a little bit too deep. Here we go, the last chicane as they head into the downhill where we've seen a couple passes. Madi's doing a good job blocking, but that is going to ruin his exit speed.
The 74 tries to set him up as we come to the line. I don't know who's it going to be.
I don't know.
That's a photo finish. It looks like the number 10, Madi Salem, takes the win over Kenzie Matsudaira by 11 thousandths.
I don't know. Wow.
Talk about a race. That was a big.
Wow.
If that's true, that is a massive win for Madi Salem
If
for
it
points.
because going into this third race, the pressure's off.
Yep.
You know, but Kenzie's going to bring the fight, though. That was those two kids put on a heck of a ride. And a show.
Oh, that was an awesome
my heart
show.
rate's going right now, just beating out of my chest, just watching them go back and forth.
I loved it. That was awesome. Great job. Third position, William Delu crosses the line. Roman Darby in fourth position. And it looks like Ulysses came through the pits, I believe we saw. What a race for the GP 190 class.
Can we line them up for the second race right now just to get going?
That's what Wow. That was really, really close. I wonder if we're going to go and show or have a replay of that, because that was unreal. That was so close. As we go to the race results, right, the unofficial results is Madi Salem taking the win over Kenzie Matsudaira. Third is William Delu, and fourth is Roman Darby. Man, that was so close to call. We're here in the booth right here, and I couldn't tell when I picked my head up just to look. It's so close, 11 thousandths. It'll be interesting to see, with so much on the line, what the officials will look at. But at the end of the day, that was an amazing race. Two kids going head to head on an amazing track on these GP 190. Just goes to show you, and they were pushing the pace the entire time. Going 52.7 in the race was unreal. Going faster than qualifying. 52.6 for Kenzie. Just pushing these bikes to the absolute limits, and that's what we're here to see at the Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup, presented by Motul, fighting for an AMA national title, the #1 plate. I remember when I was growing up, that's all I looked forward to for the national final every year, amateur nationals in dirt track. It's so cool that MotoAmerica has put this together for these young kids, a professional event like this. As we see the wind start to pick up a little bit here, could change some things. We've got to remember, these kids, they're 12 to 16. The wind could start to play a little bit. And we've got Roger Hayden down with Madi Salem after that amazing race.
Madi, what a race. That was one of the best races I've ever seen in my life. How was it from your point?
Oh, it was crazy. I thought I was just going to be the same thing yesterday, but Kenzie did not make that easy. It was a really heck of a race.
What was giving you the confidence able to make those passes on the brakes?
It's just my confidence. I just slam on those brakes, just get up on the inside. I tried to make a few blocks, but he just somehow got in. But I made it happen somehow.
You talk about your confidence. What gives you the confidence to be able to do that?
Practice.
All right, well, awesome job. We'll see you fourth race of the weekend this afternoon. Back to you, James.
Just had confidence, he says, the whole time. We've got to remember, I got some news today that he's in the Spanish ESBK series as well. And he's riding at Estoril, Catalunya, and Navarra. He did race Estoril already on a Yamaha 250 last round. Got 13th out of 31 riders. So I wonder if being on that Spanish level or that next level has helped him with just being a little bit more comfortable. As we take a look at the championship standings here for the GP 190 class, Madi Salem, 3 wins, 85 points. Kenzie Matsudaira in second place with 70 points. William Delu, 53 points in third. Fourth, Roman Darby. Sixth, Ulysses Weirich, rounding out your top 5. But back to that, I wonder if just being in the overseas paddock has helped him kind of get a little bit of an aggression or that feel on the tires to be able to push every single lap. Because when you're in Europe, things are a little bit different. And he's riding a little bit bigger bike over there. They've got Yamaha 250 engines in the motorcycle he's riding. So I think that probably helped him a little bit, just get that little extra experience.
Just all the experience. There's no replacement for a young rider than going and getting those opportunities and being put in different situations and just learning, no matter what it is, new tracks, new environment, and, that's huge.
and just listening to the interview, I don't think he was expecting Kenzie to be there.
He wasn't. He was a little bit surprised, thinking it was going to kind of be like it was yesterday. But as you mentioned all weekend, when we go racing, things can change. Whatever you expect when we go racing, usually the unexpected happens.
Especially here, all these kids had a night of they got a night overnight to sleep, and we know it's easy. You can every weekend you go to bed, you come back, and you find that half second that you were just processing overnight. And these kids are like sponges, right? So they're able to process and learn so much from one day to another. And man, the backwards track, the difference one day makes is insane.
Also, I mean, you can speak on this as an amateur. You start building these rivalries for kids at a young age. I remember flat tracking Brian Smith, dude. That was like my target every year. And every race before the amateur nationals when I was practicing, that's who I was thinking about, Tony Meyering from California. So you really, such a young age, you really do start building these rivalries with these kids, and that's what's going to push you to new levels.
Me and Brad Baker went at it every single year at amateur nationals. I know exactly what you're saying. And it's not like you're not friends, but when you race against a competitor, most of your child career, and you both are really good, and you kind of step up the ladder together.
You're both going to be the next guy.
Yeah, you guys are fighting for everything. And then to have the AMA National Championship, the final, the first ever one, they want that.
Luckily for us, because that was a great race, and you could just see, like you said, Marty was a little bit surprised, but now we're heading into the Stock 50, one of the best races we had yesterday. 5-rider pack at the front. Looking forward to that. The ages in this class is 6 to 8, so this is our youngest field.
Yeah, this was an epic race yesterday. Like you said, the top 5 were just neck and neck, and we saw so many passes. This is truly the beginning of the start to growing the next generation of racers. It starts with this 50 class here. These kids are 6 to 8 years old, and you can see they're so small. They've got their parents out there, crew member, making sure they know where they go, where they're lining up. And it's so funny when I was here in qualifying, Raj, I was like, man, these kids are so tiny out there. I mean, they might be as tall as you, but for me, they might be a little bit.
I think one of them's tall. The 8-year-old, I think's got me by a couple inches. But, I still got time.
Yeah, you got time. You'll grow into it.
Got a different man on pole today, Cruz Texture. Everything's different today.
Yeah, and qualifying was tight, really, really tight. As we go to the warm-up lap, what's crazy and I think so funny is the warm-up lap, these kids treat it like a race.
Oh, yeah, look at them, 5 wides. We go to the starting grid there on pole. We mentioned it, Cruz Texture, Nico Bendel, Chase Jazikoff there rounding out the front row. Then his brother Cooper there 4th, Braun Masanga there 5th, Skylar Locke 6th. Round out the second row. Moving on to the third row, we got Michael Sarkis, Chip Sampley, Tassim Salem, their 3rd. 10th, Zachary Tancredi. 11th, Bruno Bolanos to round out the 4th row.
And we have the top 5 covered by 1 second. But we saw yesterday when these kids latch on, they're like, I don't want to say it, but they're like leeches. They do not allow anybody to get away, as we're going to take a look at the championship standings.
Yeah, we see Chase there with the 17-point lead over his brother Cooper. Braun Masanga there, 17 points back as well. 2nd and 3rd is tied. Then Cruz there, 4th. Michael Sarkis, those guys within 32 points. Talk about this class really being competitive. You can make up a lot of points if let's say Chase has a bad race today. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and Chase is starting 3rd. Only a couple tenths off, but it'll be interesting to see how things played out. Yesterday, he had it his own way. He had his head down, focused, didn't look back once, and it was, all the mayhem was behind him. Now he's going to kind of start on the outside, which we go left into the first corner. It'll be interesting to see if he can, how he plays it. Does he roll the outside? Does he fall in line? And we know Cruz Texter has one of the best starts on the grid.
They allow parents back on the track after the sighting lap just to make sure before the start these kids are in the right spot. Pointing to the light, it is on. And it is off. Another good start for Cruz Texter, and he looks over right away.
Cruz Texter takes a look to the right side, but I think he's going to lead him into turn one. He does. And Cruz Texter this morning, you could see he's hanging off that motorcycle. He is a different rider today.
Yeah, he was a little disappointed with yesterday's result. Even though he was right there early, just kind of toward the end of the race, I think you're going to see a little bit more aggressive out of Cruz today.
We see there's a little bit of a gap to Chase Jazikoff in second place, so he did get a good start himself, and I believe that's Nico Bandel in third place, the guy that's been, probably has the most aggressive body English out there, hanging off the back, sitting on the rear fender of that bike, hanging way off, and I believe that's him. He's got the softer tire as well on that motorcycle. As we see, Cruz Texter is gone at the moment.
And you mentioned it before this race. We watched Cruz there in the lead. Yesterday, he didn't stick his knee off at all, and you can see today he looks like a totally different rider there, almost dragging his knee.
Yeah, and Cruz Texter rides a lot of dirt track, right? So he was kind of sat in the middle of the seat, dirt tracking the thing around a little bit, and now you can see he's gotten a lot more comfortable as he rolls into turn one here, and he's hanging way off. As we look at Nico Bandel, probably has the most, stylish, lean off, as we say, road race style on that motorcycle. But things are tightening up. The top three are kind of getting close with Cruz Texter, Chase Jazikoff, and Nico Bandel stretching away from Bron Masanga and Cooper, his brother.
Yeah, you mentioned Cruz doing a lot of flat tracking, which goes left. This direction of this track is a lot more left-handers for Cruz, so I think it's another thing that gets you a little bit more comfortable, and you have a little bit more, he has a lot more laps going left.
And Raj, I got to tell you, at 111.5 from a standing start, he qualified at a 111.2. That is a really fast start from the standing start. I expect him to get into the 110s the way Cruz Texter is riding right now.
Second part of the track, he's pulled out to about a second lead.
And you can see 1 through 5, they're all about the same gap apart. Definitely a lot different race today.
A lot different race. 5 of them are still pretty close, but you see Chase gets through that chicane back there really well.
Skipped a 110, a 109.3 from Cruz Texter. Chase Jazikoff does a 109.3 as well. They're now separated over a second to Nico Bandel. And wow, they're really stretching this away, but Chase Jazikoff says, hey, buddy, I'm coming back after you.
This part of the track looks like Cruz is a little better. See how he starts to kind of pull away a little bit as they start to go up the hill. It's going to be almost wide open through there on one of these XR50s. Cruz has a little bit of a look over his shoulder.
Ooh, you're getting tucked in right away. And we see Cruz, when he goes left, he hangs off a lot, right? When he goes right, he kind of sits a little bit more in the middle of the seat, and we notice that Chase kind of has the same style left to right, and he maybe goes a little bit better through the right side as Cruz is a little bit better through the left.
Cruz went a little wide out of that little chicane there and lost a little bit of time, but this right here where Chase, look how far back he is through the chicane. The second part of it, he carries a lot more speed.
The number one for a reason, and he's chopping the track in half down the front straightaway as Cruz leads another lap, 109.7, but Chase a couple tenths faster, tightening up this race for the 1-2 positions.
It's a different position for Cruz to be in today. He's, wasn't the leader yesterday. Yesterday was kind of the guy chasing the guys down in front of him. It's a different spot for Chase as well. He led a lot yesterday, so just see how it kind of tightens up each section of the track.
It'll be interesting to see how Cruz Texter plays this with 4 laps remaining. Yesterday, he started to look around a little bit. As he sees, he takes a peek to the left of him. We'll see if he keep his head down. He seems way more focused today and really wants to win this race.
Yeah, really wants to win this race. See, he is kind of looking around. He's got the races in front of him. Chase is right there behind him. I'm sure he can hear him now at this point.
Yeah, I had a small chat with Cruz yesterday. I was like, man, if you're racing race forward, it's always tough, though, when you're leading.
See Chase, just, man, that right-hander in that chicane. Look at the run. He starts to get him. Going to go up the inside, down into turn 1.
Cruz Texter rolls him around the outside and stays in first place. Wow, though, the number one is starting to apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. And let's see if Cruz is able to withstand it. As you see Chase, they're going to try to go around the outside, put him on the inside, and this right-hander runs a little bit wide. Cruz is going to try to high-low him. Chase is able to make it stick.
Classic dirt track move, a high-low. We'll see if the 26 Cruz Texter can go with. We know he's got the pace, and you can see running completely different lines here to try to make something happen.
Look at Cruz sitting on the very back, trying to get tucked in.
So interesting to see here. Cruz Texter not allowing the number one to go away. There's no gap. Cruz Texter's really good coming down this hill, coming from turn 11 onwards until we get to that right-hander where the number one's really good. Whereas we start to come in this left, the number one's so good through this right-hander.
See Cruz a little bit of a bobble.
Pushing on the limit, the 26, making an adjustment down the front straightaway.
That's smart, able to follow the rider that passed you in front, watch his lines, maybe pick up something. We know Cruz is really fast through this first part of the track where he was able to make up some ground when he was in the lead.
And I got to tell you, there's somebody coming, 186, Nickel Bandel does a 109.6, and you see him in the screen now. We're going to have a three-rider race for the win.
Definitely different riding style, a little bit bigger than the two riders in front of him. Say he's really far back, one of the only guys getting tucked in big time, trying to get that speed up the hill.
Trying to get every aero gain he can. Sits, like you said, quite far back on the seat. Maybe that's just due to he's a little bit taller rider. But Cruz Texter not allowing Chase Jazikoff to go away in this one, applying that pressure. I think this is going to be a great lap for Cruz.
Yeah. Cruz is fighting this race. Yesterday in the battles, he kind of lost out toward the end of those races. Looks like a totally different rider today.
Yeah, he's just got to get through that right-hand corner. It looks like he gets through it a little bit better. He's trying as we go to the white flag.
One lap to go. Not sure where Cruz is able to make the pass. He's able to close down the gap. He was a 10th lap that quicker than Chase, so it's close.
0.6 of a second between first and second as they come into a lap rider in a very technical part here. It'll be interesting to see if the number one can get by or if it's going to hold him up. It might actually hold him up as he starts to roll around the outside. Doesn't look like it holds him up. Does the 26 get by? Yep, the race continues.
It held Chase up a little bit, and that's going to hurt his drive up this hill.
Look at Cruz Texter getting a great run going into turn 11. I don't think he's going to be able to make a pass here, but maybe he can set something up going down the hill.
That's where he's been strong coming down this hill. Look at him tucking in as soon as possible.
He's so close now. Nothing between the number one and 26 as they come into the final sector.
Chase has just been so strong through this chicane. Cruz is going to throw everything he can at it. We got 3 corners to go. Go right, left, right. This last left-hander onto the start-finish line. Chase sees the checkered flag again and able to hold off for another win.
Wow, that was a great race as well. What we thought didn't happen, and a total different running order than what we were expecting. I mean, Chase, the number one for a reason, but, man, had a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure, and Cruz Texter should be proud of that ride. I mean, that's a huge jump from yesterday.
Holy smokes, and we see on the timing and scoring, there was an epic battle with Cooper Jazikoff and Braun Masonga. 0.002 between them. That's going to be another photo finish. Wow, yeah. You can see out in our booth, yeah, the parents are pumped on that one, how close it was. That's what this track is creating. It's creating some really great racing and some epic photo finishes.
Oh, yeah, just that run out of that chicane there. When you're behind, it's a little bit easier to get that through that chicane. And you see riders like Cruz and Chase adjusting their lines, learning really quick.
Yeah, as we see the riders start to enter Parc Ferme here at the Briggs Stratton Motorplex. Some awesome racing went down in the stock 50 class. this beautiful venue for the Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. We're going to run through the results. Chase Jazikoff, that great smile, takes the win over Cruz Texter. Nico Bandel closing in towards the end of that race, rounds out your podium. Cooper Jazikoff just narrowly beats Bron Masanga for 4th place. It's going to be crucial for the points. 6th, Michael Sarkis, Bruno Bolanos in 7th. 8th is Skylar Laux. 9th, Tasneem Salem. 10th, rounding out your 10th place is Zachary Tancredi. All on Honda Sierra 50s, as well as some amazing contingency from Honda. Honda put up some great contingency for all their riders, which helps out everybody in the class, the Stock 50 class. Just grooming the next generation. This is the opening class to where these kids can start to learn how to ride on road racing at a national level championship. As we're going to go down with Raj with the number 1, Chase Jazikoff. Down to you, Raj.
Chase, that was an awesome ride with Cruz Texter there. How was you able to pull it out those last couple laps?
I'm just a little bit faster than him.
Where was you a little bit faster than him at?
Up the hills.
And what made you be able to be faster than him going up those hills?
My head down.
All right, what's the plan for the 4th race?
I'm going to beat him.
All right, well, I like the confidence and good luck in that 4th race. Great job there.
Thank you, Dunlop.
And he wants to thank Dunlop. All right, good job, Chase. Back to you, James.
Awesome interview from Chase there. I love listening to the interviews of the kids. Just so confident and just getting that head down going up the hill. He says that's where he was a little bit faster. Man, I don't know. He might have just let the card slip there. Cruz Texter and I have to make some adjustments for the race, the final race, number 4 today, coming up later. But super confident. Thanks, Dunlop. Everybody on Dunlop tires. Nico Bandel on the different tire, on the rain tire, as well as we want to thank all of our official sponsors. Mission Foods coming as a title sponsor, presented by Motul. Honda for some great contingency. Dunlop is the official tire, as well as we've got great product sponsors. Motion Pro, Arai. Tommy Duma is giving out pendants for all the winners. And I think that's something that's really cool. They come together with all these, prize packs and these amazing prizes to win and things of that nature.
Yeah, a lot of big things. You mentioned the contingency from the manufacturers and the helmet, the Motion Pro, and we talk about the GP 190 and GP 160 class as we see the 190 class coming up. Just the becoming a Dunlop Elite Amateur program. Top 2 in the points in the GP 190, GP 160 becomes Dunlop Elite riders. And man, that is just such a big program for these amateurs, the social media and the marketing and the tires, and just really cool to be part of that. And that's going to be brand new this year.
Yeah, as we take a look at the championship standings, Chase is 85 points, clean sweep at the moment, leading. Cruz Texter moves to the 2nd place, keeping his championships alive, his hopes alive there. Cooper Jazikoff in 3rd with that, narrowly 4th place over Bron Masanga in 4th, Nico Bandel 5th, Michael Sarkis 6th. 7th is Bruno Bolanos, 8th, Chip Lampley, 9th, Zachary Tancredi, and 10th, Skylar Laux. It's rounding out your top 10. But just talking about that Dunlop Elite program, I had a conversation with Corey last night, and, she said that what they're trying to do is like they have in motocross and flat track is bring that amateur elite program into this series where these kids, they get an allotment of tires for the year. Huge. And if they run through that allotment from doing so much riding and racing, that they get a discount after that on tires, and they get official Dunlop Elite gear, like merchandise, that only being a part of that team. And I mean, as somebody who's, you've raced for Monster, I've raced for Monster, having something like that nobody else can get has always been, a dream, of these kids growing up, to be a part of a company that's won so many championships.
Oh yeah, and not only that, part of their marketing program, you're going to be on their Instagram, you're going to be on their website, and you know how huge that is right now, is the marketing side of racing, and that's cool. And also be able to do a couple of special events with Dunlop, so it's great to have them on board.
Social media is so crucial in sports today. It's something that, it's really changed since, I don't know, maybe that you've raced, even when I started.
It wasn't that long ago. We didn't have social media when I raced.
What'd you have, Polaroid?
AOL. That was it. Instant Messenger.
Screen name. Yeah. So, but social media is so crucial nowadays for getting sponsors and to promote your sponsors and to getting help. I mean, we looked coming into this race, the 97. We're looking at the GP 160 class coming up next, and I had a quick look at Jay Still's social media, and he's already cranking out videos and things of that nature.
Look at the Mission Beach they put in there. That's in the chicane at the big track at MotoAmerica. I know it's a really, really cool place to watch. Whenever we were here watching you on that bagger, James, look at that. That's not a bad place to watch a little racing back there, is it?
No, as you look to the left there, this is coming through the famous carousel on the big track at MotoAmerica, going under that Mission bridge and trying to outbrake somebody. It's so crucial going through there, and if you were spectating that's where there are a couple big moves at the MotoAmerica event. And that carousel, man, this is one of my favorite parts of the track, Raj.
Yeah, such a long right-hander through there, headed into the Mission Beach there, and that's new. That was packed when we came here a couple months ago for the MotoAmerica race. That's new to this track, so it's really cool to see Mission not only sponsoring the events and the riders, but also the tracks as well.
Yeah, Mission is so big in everything. I mean, they have really stepped up for motorcycling in general, and it's so cool. Now you can see Mission from the 6 years old until you can be a superbike champion. And I think that is so cool that Mission now has a program all the way across and is aligned with MotoAmerica.
So as we move on to the GP 160 class, we got 9 riders lining up for this final today, just like all the other races. They did 2 races yesterday. They'll have 2 today. Track going opposite direction. Yesterday we seen Jace Deal win both races, but James Connor Raymond was right there.
Yeah, he was, and it'll be interesting. We saw, I believe Connor Raymond was quite fast this morning. Again, that 0.2 off Jay Still. I think they're going to be the clear 2 favorites for the race. But it'll be interesting to see if Connor Raymond, I mean, if there was a race to win, it's this one.
He needs to win it, and he needs to put that pressure on Jace, not only in the race, but going into that 4th race this afternoon when the title is on the line.
And there's so much on the line. We've got the national champion, the AMA National Championship, that #1 plate, the Dunlop Elite, the guitar, the Tommy Duma pendant. I mean, this is the momentum shift as we talk in championship turns. This is where Connor Raymond needs to do it.
Yeah, and he had the speed yesterday. He just wasn't able to, make the pass. Jace just had really good racecraft, and, when the rider in front of you doesn't make a mistake and you are so close in speed, it's hard to make that move. As we see the starting grid, we talked about Jace Deal starting on pole, Connor Raymond there in the middle of the front row, Gabriel Daddis there running out the front row. 4th row, Alessandro Gigante there. 5th, Blake Sarantino. 6th, rounding out the 2nd row is Parker Bussey. And then 3rd row, Gabriela Gigante, Levi Martinez, and Sophia Wilts Houston rounding out the 3rd row.
Going to be super interesting here as we take a look at the championship standings. Jay Still with 60 points, won both races yesterday. Connor 2nd with 50 points. 3rd place, we talked about Gabriel Daddis running multiple classes. 4th place, Alessandro. 5th, Blake Sarantino. 6th, Parker Bussey. 7th, Gabriela Gigante. 8th, Sophia in 9th.
This start's going to be important for Connor Raymond right here. Get a good start. We've seen in a couple of the other races, if you can get out front, maybe let him set the pace, that starter's going to walk off the red flag. The red light is going to come on inside the track, and it is on, and it is off. Jace with a great start.
And I believe from the outside, that was the 37 of Gabriel Datis. But I think that is Jay Still out front.
Connor was able to make the move down into that first turn, and now we got the top two guys there, first and second.
It'll be interesting to see how things play out early on this lap. It looks like the 97's pushing on. As you said, Connor Raymond in second place there. See if he made some adjustments from qualifying. He was 2.2 off in qualifying there, as we look at a completely different track for these riders.
Completely different track. And another thing we've seen in the races today at this track, a couple more passing zones. We've seen the riders a little bit more aggressive today. Jace is looking strong, though, on this first lap.
Definitely got his head down, pushing really hard. He looks so good.
Look at the rear end coming out of there, grabbing a gear. Back on the brakes hard in that first corner.
Raj, they look so good. You see as he has his knee down and just lifts it up over the curb. They look so pro already.
Just using all the racetrack. And these bikes these O'Volleys handle so good for these young riders. And we've seen Jace with his head down, and look, he's pulled out to about a second.
56.3 from a standing start. That is an incredible lap time for Jay Still as he pulls 1.1 seconds. We'll see if Connor Raymond's got anything for him. Long race to go, but the one who's I'm really impressed with is the 37, Gabriel Datis, who's kind of keeping Connor Raymond in sight. We'll see if he can latch on late in this race.
Oh, look at him backing it in. Look at that.
Just looks so cool. It looks so cool. Look at the 44 going to work here. Connor Raymond trying to put together some good clean laps, goes 55.6, still a little bit off Jay Still on lap time wise. Fastest lap is a 54.85, just stretching that lead out to 1.9 seconds. It's going to be tough now, Rod.
It's going to be tough. Connor's going to have to dig in if he's going to be able to make that move. We see Gabriel Datis there doing a great job in this first race this afternoon there, trying to keep the second place Connor Raymond right there in his sights.
Yeah, he goes actually a tenth faster than Connor. I wonder if Connor's just got maybe something just not quite feeling right.
Look at him backing it in. I mean, incredible. He looks like going into turn 5 on the big track.
The 97, we said he's got a great social media. He's got some big style points. Jay Still just hanging it out there with a 2.6 second lead. Sets the fastest lap of the race, just really pounding in those fast laps.
That's what it takes, that consistency, getting a good start, how important that is. And, he's the only rider to be able to get into the 54s.
As we look back a little further in the field to another battle. Our 5th place battle on track. Here we've got Parker Bussey versus Blake Sarantino.
Kind of yo-yoing back and forth. One looks like Parker's a little better in that first part of the track, and Blake's able to close it down once they get in the second part of the track.
As they start to make their way down that 50 feet of elevation, coming down the hill as we go back to the leader with a commanding lead. Jay Still goes 54.5, just continuing to put together an amazing string of laps. Connor Raymond sets his personal best at 55.2, but it's 3.3 seconds, Raj.
Yeah, and you can just, we watch him through this lap here. Look how fast he changes directions, carries that momentum. You talk about this huge carrying momentum up into this hill. Really hard braking into this left-hander. Track really opens out on the exit. So he heads down the hill and this is the chicane. He goes right, now he goes left. This next one is the one we've seen him really show some style points.
Just loving it. just feels so at home. He looks so good. It's like this is a perfect size for this motorcycle. That the 160 GP class, the 97, showboating a little bit and just pushing every single lap. Finally doesn't go faster that lap, but he stays consistent with a 54.5. But Connor Raymond starting to show that he's finding some speed. Just dips into the 54s with a 54.8. I don't think it's going to help him in this race, but it might help him for the next one.
Yeah, to give him a little bit of confidence to know that he can do the lap time. He just has to do it early on in the race, and maybe he's figured something out these last couple laps.
And for Connor Raymond, I mean, you've just got to continue trying to piece things together. You might not be able to get back. I mean, 3 seconds is extremely hard to try to find in a race where Jay Still has been just on fire, but everything's got to be looking forward to the next race.
Yeah, just try to get better and work on, and he got to be behind Jay, so he kind of knows where he's a little bit stronger, so he can work on those spots. As we got 4 laps remaining for Jay Steele. Pulled it out to a little bit over a 4-second lead. He's kind of slowed down a little bit, dipped back down in the 55s.
Just managing the gap that he has now. Jay Still starts snaking his way up here at the Motorplex, looking so good on that 97 160 GP. So go back to the second place rider. Here's Connor Raymond on that 44 machine.
Connor's brother racing this weekend.
Yeah, at Thruxton in BSB. They've got a race over there, so I'm sure.
He came through the O'Valleys.
It just tells you what this series can do for all the riders and the success story. I mean, Kayla Yakov came through a few other riders having great success stories. Rossi Moore, Avery Dreher, Chris Clark. They've accredited to a lot of, racing these mini cups.
Julian Carreras.
Exactly,
also.
yep. And now a lot of them went through the Junior Cup and Twins Cup. Kayla riding in the Super Sport class. As we go back to the 37, riding multiple classes, Gabriel Datus doing double duty.
Double duty, a little bit extra work, but I think it's got to help you a little bit, right, for a young guy to be able to come out here and get double the laps.
I would agree. I think more laps is better when you're at this age, trying to just, get all that experience. As we said before, these kids are sponges. I mean, you tell them one thing and they see one pass. We've seen it multiple times. They just learn so quick.
Chase just gets through that chicane like he's on a rail.
He goes back 54.6. He is so consistent.
His best lap's a 54.5. His last lap as he's pulling away a 54.6.
He looks so good on this track. The Motorplex. A commanding lead, 5.5 seconds. We look at the 97 going up the straightaway into turn 11 here. Starts his way, start coming down the big elevation.
It's a lot of elevation down this hill. Wants to push you into that chicane. Look at him. Hear the tire barking a little bit.
He looks so MotoGP going through that. As we got 1 lap to go, Jay Still 55.0, just putting in such consistent laps. He looks so good out there. I think it's so funny, man. He's got some serious style
Serious
points.
style and some serious speed as well. Just the way he's able to use all the track and as fast as he gets through those chicanes. Got a couple lappers to deal with. This last lap's got a big lead, so he doesn't have to force his way through there. Just make sure he makes a good clean pass.
No problem. Ooh.
Last lap, let's see. Got a big lead. He might try to back it in a little bit more into this last chicane here.
I don't know. I've done some of that stuff. It doesn't always work out well, but he looks
Nope.
good. He just clean coming through this last chicane.
Oh!
Did
Bike
he
issue.
False neutral?
He's able to get the win, though. Not sure what happened. If he went back a gear, maybe caught a false neutral or what. But wow.
That could have changed something if it
Oh.
was somewhere else. Luckily, Jay Still takes the win in the GP 160 class. The 37 comes across the line to round out your podium. That bike looks really good. I believe that's a stock model as well. The yellow, kind of got the Rossi vibes.
Look like Rossi.
The leg dangle. Man, I don't know. Hopefully he doesn't wear through his boot too quick.
Man, that's 3 in a row. A little less of a challenge today, but I mean, we've watched him now. First race, second race yesterday, first race today, lead from flag to flag and not put a wheel wrong.
He is locked in, as you would say. Jay Still coming into the pits now, coming into Parc Ferme. An incredible race on GP 160 class. Got style points as well, dragging that foot back in that 160 in, just grabbing a downshift and really riding so well. So cool to see, you know, these kids, they look online and then they watch videos of the GP guys and they just, you know, emulate and copy them. And it's insane. As we take a look at the results from the GP 160 class, Jay Still is your outright winner, really on fire. Connor Raymond in second place, Gabriel Datus in third, Alessandro Giganti in fourth, Parkerisi in fifth, sixth place Blake Sarantino, seventh, Gabriello Giganti, eighth, Levi Martinez, ninth, Sophia Wilson. It's incredible stuff from the 97 and all the riders, and it's great to see the classes fill up with riders as we look at the beautiful Briggs Stratton Motorplex.
5 minutes to the sighting line. 4, 3, 5 minutes.
This track was actually repaved 6 years ago, giving the riders a really smooth surface, up to 40 feet in some areas, as we saw some of the riders taking different lines, gives them plenty of opportunity to pass. And we're down with Roger Hayden with our winner, Jay Still. Down to you, Raj.
Yeah, Jace, that was an awesome ride there. We seen you look like you're having a lot of fun on that track, backing it into that corner.
Yeah, it was fun. I love backing in.
We seen a little bit of a mistake though on the last lap through the chicane. What went wrong?
My bike misshift.
You gonna be able to get it fixed before the fourth race?
Yeah, definitely.
You won 3 in a row. We going into the race this afternoon, the last race of the weekend. You're gonna try to close it out with another win.
Yes.
All right. Well, good luck. Great job in that race.
Thank you.
Back to you, James.
As we just heard from Jay Still there, says he loves backing in his bike. He has a lot of fun, but did make a small little mistake there. He said he had a misshift. Well, we thought we saw that. Hopefully he can clean things up, doesn't make any mistakes. He's got a healthy points gap now, though, winning the first 3 races. Be interesting to see if it was maybe just a, human error or, something with a motorcycle, but definitely locked in, looking cool, got them fresh Alpine Star leathers on. Might have to change a boot after that race, dragging so much left foot. As we take a look at the championship standings, Jay Still with commanding lead, 85 points. Connor Raymond's finished second in every single race, 70, 15 back. Third place, Gabriel Datus with 55 points. Fourth, Alessandro Giganti. Fifth, Blake Sarantino. Sixth, Parker Buss. Seventh, Gabriella Giganti. Eighth, Sophia Wushison. Ninth, Levi Martinez. Interesting to hear Jay say that he missed a shift. I wonder if that was him or...
Yeah, it just kind of shows you, having that big lead. Maybe he lost a little bit of concentration on that last lap, but he's going to learn quick. You got to be one little mistake like that. You catch a false neutral and kick it out of gear. It could have been a lot worse. But man, you just hearing that interview and talking about how fun he loves backing that in, and I think we're going to see a little more of that race 4.
I think so as well, and maybe just got a little bit away from him, just backing it in quite a bit as we see the wind start to pick up, kind of like yesterday. It's still sunny out there, but you were just out there. What's the weather like?
Yeah, it's definitely sunny and it's warm, but the wind is picking up. It's kind of blowing up the hill as we see the riders heading up to turn 10, so they're going to have to adjust for that. And then coming down the hill, it's going to be a headwind, so the riders are going to be able to break a little bit deeper into those chicanes. The wind's going to slow them down a little bit. You got to think these kids are really little, so the wind's definitely going to they're going to be feeling that.
Definitely should be affecting them through this last chicane as they come to the stripe, having a crosswind, just getting that bike in the right spot as they tip or they flip through the right left. I think that it could be maybe a little bit of a game change there. But like you said, going up into turn 10 with the tailwind, you're going to have to adjust your brake markers. You can get in there too deep, as we saw Kenzie did a couple times. And as we look at the Motorplex here,
you can see the mission flags there, the mission chip flags really blowing. These riders coming down into turn 1. Look at the straightaway there. See the elevation. I like this camera shot here where you can start seeing the trees. And, we've talked a lot about the elevation. And a lot of that was new for a lot of these riders. They haven't been to a track with much elevation like this before. And it was a little bit to get used to for a lot of them, knowing the elevation. And, some of the corners are blind, so you got to find those brake markers. A lot for them to take on, but it is a beautiful place.
Yeah, having rode some of the British tracks and some of the elevation, some of that stuff you can't tune for. You just have to adjust you have to adapt to the motorcycle and adapt to the track, because sometimes when you have these off-camber or camber corners, you can't adjust the suspension enough just for that one corner, because they've got both off-camber and camber corners here at the Motorplex. So you kind of have to adjust your riding style, your body position, as well as line choice as we see bikes on track for race 3 of the Street GP. Cameron Jones has been dominant in this class with that factory HRC looking Grom that he has.
Put it on pole again for this race, almost a couple seconds quicker than the rest of the field, so he's going into this 3rd race. He's the guy with the target on his back.
Yeah, and Cameron Jones, yesterday I mentioned on the broadcast, he does a lot of the electronics and builds a lot of, or sells a lot of like the big bore kits, does a lot of kit ECUs for the Honda 50s and the Groms. So he probably has one of the, I would say,
it looks good. I seen it yesterday at Park for me. It's a nice bike. Look at the paint job on it, the old factory HRC looking livery. And then you see the guy in the middle, Joshua Rodriguez, has the old Castro RC51 looking bodywork. The number 5s, his bike's a little bit different as well. They all look really trick.
Yeah, as the number 5, Sean Bandel, father to Nico Bandel in this race. Just mention that both of them can race on one weekend. As we look at the starting grid here, Cameron Jones on pole position, as we said, dominant. Joshua Rodriguez on the middle of that front row, and Sean Bandel rounding out the outside of the front row in 3rd position. I mean, just looking at the qualifying times, I think Cameron Jones has got quite a lead here. As we look at the championship standings, Cameron Jones clean sweep so far with 60 points. Joshua Rodriguez has finished 2nd in both races with 50 points, and Sean Bandel is in 3rd place with those 42 points. We'll see if anything can change here. But we did notice that Cameron Jones yesterday said he backshifted his bike, and we were watching a qualifying, Raj. I mean, that thing sounded like a 450 out there. So, I mean, anything can happen still.
Anything can happen. He said yesterday he was going to take it a little bit easier today. The bike making a weird noise. So we'll see how that plays out. Made him a little bit nervous.
Yeah, anything can happen. That's why we always show up on Sunday, we say. And here we go. Street GP, race number 3, ready to get under action.
Light's about to come on, and it is on. And it is off. What a great start for Cameron Jones there in pole position.
Wow, that was an amazing start for the number 11, Cameron Jones. As we see, I believe that's Joshua Rodriguez in second place. The number 5, Sean Bandel, in third. We'll see if the number 5 can go with the 285 of Rodriguez. We know they had a little bit of a race yesterday. We'll see what happens here, but they're already stretched out. There's some bike lengths between all 3 riders.
Yeah, kind of the same distance from first to second as there is second to third, but Joshua Rodriguez, that's a good run up the hill there. You can see kind of close it down a couple bike lengths.
Be interesting to see if Joshua Rodriguez can close in on Cameron Jones here. Cameron Jones with that CJR Performance Honda, backed by Jones Honda, that sponsors Ashton Yates in the National Superstock Championship. Beautiful looking machine. We said yesterday that bike looks like it's on rails.
Yeah, it looks good. It doesn't really, you mentioned it, how nice it looks. And I mean, even on the track, just watching it, doesn't look like it moves around a lot. We've heard other riders talking about a little bit of front chatter this weekend, and that Honda Grom just looks planted.
And you can see the Groms are actually running a little bit different lines from the Ovale. It seems like they've got to open up quite a bit wider on entry than the Ovales do, as we saw Cameron Jones taking a long look back going up the hill there.
Yeah, I mentioned that problem that he had yesterday. I'm sure he's going to look back throughout this race and just see what the gap is so he doesn't have to, you know, maybe start shifting a little bit sooner and not get quite up into the revs.
Start short shifting her maybe and just kind of bogging it around a little bit. Just take care of the motor a little bit, right? So look at the 285. Dual exhaust out of that Grom. Still pushing hard. Cameron Jones does a 58.6. What a lap.
What a lap.
Grom.
It's pretty incredible. And you think, you know, he's talking about he's going to take it a little bit easy today. There's probably a little bit left in the tank if he needed it.
It's good. We hope this class continues to grow. See some more riders out there as we look back. Joshua Rodriguez looking down.
Yeah.
Maybe there might be a problem with the 285.
Yeah, definitely looking down. Not sure. We'll see watching him coming out of that corner. Didn't look like he looked down there. And, you know, you mentioned watch this class grow. I mean, how cool is it for Sean Bandel to come here and his son races, and then this gives him the opportunity to get out and have a little bit of fun and get to see a track like this that, you know, the Motorplex is such a beautiful track. He's able to come here and enjoy it as well and have a little fun while he brings his kid racing.
Yeah, and maybe even get to learn a little bit, right? Learn some different lines and be able to at least, you know how it is, when you're able to actually be on track at the same time as a rider, you can see things that maybe they can't, or you're able to at least, you know, assimilate with things on the track, like, hey, up at the top of the hill, there's like this bump, and you can't see that from the TV screen. But he's now able to work and talk with Nico and try to come up with a strategy maybe for his race. So as we look back now,
just gives him a little bit of an understanding, like you said, if he talks about a bump or I got some chatter in this corner, and he's out there and he can really understand and feel exactly what he's talking about.
we're looking back at the leader, the lone leader, the number 11, Cameron Jones. Ooh, getting a little tuck, having some fun. Interesting, just carrying one gear through that whole section there. Not really downshifting. We saw him downshift in qualifying, so maybe just protecting that engine. As we said, does a 59.1. Definitely rolled off a little bit.
A little bit. Best lap is 58.6 the lap before, so knows he has a little bit of a lead. God, it's just amazing how fast they get through the little switchbacks through there, and how late they can get on the brakes and still make the corner. A little backing it in there.
Still just pushing that Grom to the limits. As we said, everybody's on a Honda Grom here. They're eligible for the Kawasaki to be in this class as well, and there's great contingency from both manufacturers. This is just an all Honda class today, but man, how cool is it to come out here, make a little bit of money, win an AMA National #1 plate?
Huge, and like you said, make a little bit of money. See Josh Rodriguez there, still looking down a little bit there. Not sure what's going on. You're seeing back shift a little bit with the clutch. But yeah, come here, have a blast, make a little bit of money also.
This looks like the #5 of Sean Bandel. He's got a little different body style on his.
Yeah.
You can see he rides it a little bit different than the other riders. A little bit more upright, a little taller rider. Knees just straight on the ground. It looks like the bike's a little bit softer as well.
A little bit softer. You can see kind of moving it around a little bit as well. But you said I kind of like it. It looks a little bit different than all the other bikes out there.
Just going after those aero gains as we see the #11 again through the final chicane. As we start to come through the final left-handers, white flag flies for Cameron Jones. Goes back into the 58s, 58.7. Really just continuing to push, really.
Yeah, just consistent. Almost the exact same lap time as he did in qualifying as well. He qualified at a 58.6.
He's got a commanding 8.9 second lead over Joshua Rodriguez. And that whole kit looks good. The Dyne Easy seat, Arai helmet.
He wins this AMA national title. He's going to have another Arai helmet to take home or get later.
Yeah, add to the collection there. He just looks so smooth.
How does it? The way he just flicks that thing from right to left going down the hill.
Coming through the final chicane now. The #11 is going to win third on the bounce. Cameron Jones takes the win with a 58.2 on the last lap. Just doing it for the fans today.
Said he was going to take it easy today. I'm not really sure
Yeah,
that's the case.
I don't think so, Raj. I think he was pushing it there on that last lap. As we see the 285 of Joshua Rodriguez getting second place. And rounding out the podium, the #5, Sean Bandel, pushing all the way to the line. Runs a little bit wide there, but man, he's going to put it on the podium.
Best lap of the day right now for Cameron Jones, the cool down lap after getting a win.
Let me see Cameron Jones do a wheelie. Look, he's even got different handlebars.
Oh yeah, that thing is.
I mean, that thing looks trick.
It's nice.
So we get a closer up shot of that bike. You can tell he's put some effort into that Grom as it rolls by here, and it just looks like a race bike. So he rolls into Parc Ferme now. That beautiful looking HRC livery Grom, Cameron Jones. Yeah, that beautiful Arai helmet as well. If he wins, just like Raj said, he's going to win an Arai helmet. So he's just going to add another one to the collection. Beautiful gear. Looks calm, cool and collected there. As we look here at the results, Cameron Jones wins third on the bounce. The #11 takes his third victory. Second is the 285 of Joshua Rodriguez. And third is the #5 of Sean Bandel, all on Honda Groms. Honda, as well as a great partner of the series, and does great contingency as we're down with Roger Hayden with Cameron Jones, our winner.
Yeah, Cameron Jones, another win. How was that race?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. We're out there on an awesome track, and, there's always something you can learn out there. So we're just trying to make little adjustments and keep the pace up and have a good time. So that's fun.
You mentioned yesterday there was a little bit of bike trouble. You heard a noise in that second race. Today, everything sorted out?
Yeah, everything's good. It actually played a little advantage. I've been running a gear high everywhere and keeping the roll speed up, so it actually played in favor on something like that, being a little more conservative. So no, it worked good.
All right, well, great job. We'll see you out there that fourth race this afternoon. Back to you, James.
Yep, Cameron Jones says he's having a lot of fun here at the Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. As we take a look at the championship standings for the Street GP, Cameron Jones wins third on the bounce with 85 points. Second place is Joshua Rodriguez. Third is Sean Bendel with 58 points. And we are going to take a break. We will be back with you shortly for race 4 of every single class. As we look at the broadcast schedule today, 4:05, we're going to come back with Stock 110 race 4. 4:25 Eastern, we're going to come back with GP 190. 4:45 p.m. Eastern, Stock 50 class. As well as we're going to be back here in 20 minutes for the fourth races of the MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. Presented by Mission Foods.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. We're here at the Briggs Stratton Motorplex here at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin as we get ready for the afternoon of races. One race left in all the classes. I'm Roger Hayden. I'm joined in the booth with James Rispoli. James, one race to go in these classes. What can these riders expect?
Well, it seems like a lot of the riders who have won today have won all three. So it looks like there's a bit of a stretch in points, but I can tell you right now, we've
Good
had some
afternoon
amazing
and welcome
races
back to the
today,
Mission
and
MotoAmerica
this track
Mini Cup.
has really thrown a loop for a lot of the riders.
As we see the schedule for the rest of the day, the fourth and final race of the weekend, we're going to go Stock 110 at 4:05 Eastern, GP 190, 4:25 Eastern, Stock 50, 4:45 Eastern. GP 160 will be at 5:05 p.m. Eastern. Then the last race of the weekend, 5:25 p.m. Street GP Stock 125 Race 4. And then after that race, James, we're going to be handing out 5 AMA national titles.
This is what everybody's been looking for. This is what we all wanted to see at the inaugural Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul.
This track, if you was with us yesterday and you're just joining in, the track went the normal direction yesterday. Today, we flip directions. We go backwards. James, what can these riders expect?
It's super tight and technical. Turns 1 through 8, really. And we've seen quite a bit of a difference between the riders and a lot of different riders up in the top 3. As we stretch from turn 10, you want to get a good run out to be able to make a passing opportunity turn 11 as the track opens way up through the tight chicane 12, 13, 14, and then into the final chicane as they line up, as we saw some really tight, crossing the start-finish line photo finishes in a few races for this amazing Road America Motorplex. 0.6 length in miles.
Stock 10 class is out for their sighting lap. So a lot of young riders in this class, 8 to 12 years old for all these guys. Stock, all on 110s. We've had some great races so far. Gabriel Dadis has been the man to beat. He's won 3 in a row, and he's going to try to make it 4.
Yeah, he's definitely been the man to beat, or the kid to beat, right? He's been ice cool under pressure and really done really well. Won 3 races on the trot, but it's really stacked up behind him with a few riders. Blake Sarantino and Christian Berlowitz. Also Ethan Reardon in the top 4 in points. Really kind of keeping that group together, and it'll be interesting to see. We've got national championship on the line. There's a lot of pressure that comes with that AMA Grand National Championship. You're fighting for that number 1 plate.
Yeah, lots of pressure, and we talk about all the prizes that come with it. You get an Arai helmet, Tommy Duma pendant, Motion Pro pack, and as you mentioned, the granddaddy of them all, the AMA number 1 plate. I remember growing up getting those number 1 plates at our finals, and I still have them hanging up on my wall.
I do too, Raj. It's something we look forward to going to the Amateur Grand National Championships. We never had something like this, specifically me growing up, to ever be able to get an AMA championship in road racing. So I had to do it in the Amateur Grand National Dirt Track, and man, it's something that I live for every single year, and it's so cool to see these kids be able to get a fight for an AMA Grand National number 1 plate.
Yeah, we see the riders now take off on their warm-up lap, try to get a little bit of heat in the tires as we look at the starting grid here. On pole, Gabriel Dadis, we talked about him a lot, Ethan Reardon, Christian Berlowitz rounding out the front row, then Blake Sarantino 4th, 5th, Talon Nelson, Chase Jazikoff there 6th. We move down to the 3rd row, John Sarkis, Israel Cavazos, Karen Tancredi there rounding out the 3rd row. Then we got Jared Masanga and then Sakai Allen rounding out the field.
As the Stock 110 class finishes their warm-up lap, we saw some great racing through here. It'll be really interesting to see how the riders play out this final race as we look at the championship standings. With Gabriel Dadis winning 3 races with 85 points, Blake Sarantino in 2nd place, 3rd place Christian Berlowitz, Ethan Reardon in 4th place, John Sarkis, Chase Jazikoff, Israel Cavazos, Talon Nelson, Jira Masanga, Running your top 10, Karina Tancredi, as we get the bikes lined up here for our first and final fourth race of the Stock 110 class.
All the riders came back on the grid. They're waiting for the flagman there, standing at the middle of the grid, and he is coming off the track, and the red light will come on, and then we will be ready to go racing. And we are green. Look at Gabriel Daddis there. The great start from pole position.
Yeah, and I believe we saw Jira Masanga there maybe just roll on the starting line, but we're going to look at the number 37 of Gabriel Daddis, who takes the lead, and they're stacked up behind him.
3 riders behind him are not wanting to let him get away early on in this race.
The 37 has been untouchable all day, and these riders need to latch on as best as they can as we make their way into turn 11 for the first time.
Hard on the brakes. We've talked about the wind as well. These riders got a little tailwind going up that hill, so they're going to adjust their brake markers a little bit compared to race 1 a couple hours ago.
Yes, as you see, it looks like the number 2 rider, I believe, is that Blake Sorrentino. I think that's him in second place, trying to keep Gabriel honest. It isn't. It's Ethan Reardon. We saw in qualifying, Ethan Reardon was really fast. He had a jump start in the last race, but he's really racing well now as we go back to the number 111 of Blake Sorrentino and Christian Berlowitz, the 17, trying to look for a move, having a sniff, just can't quite get it done.
Made a mistake there right in front of him. Thought he had to drive. Look, he's going to look on the outside. That is a long way around, headed into that left-hander.
You can see the riders using all the track here at the Motorplex, almost 40 feet wide in some places. Whoa, the 17 gets really close to the back wheel of the 111. You can see he's all over the track, just kind of, I don't know, blocking or just getting things squared away.
Looks like Blake moved over a little bit on him to make sure he could not make that pass on the inside. But Ethan Reardon, really impressed with him after, as you mentioned, the penalty in the first race this afternoon with 5 seconds. Look at him now. He's upset about it, and he's out there pushing.
And he did from a standing start of 103. As they come by right now, Ethan Reardon goes 101.8. That's like 1 point over a second faster than he did in qualifying. He really wants to get a win here today in the final race.
And he's there. Look at, there is nothing in between the top 2 riders right now as Gabriel runs a little bit wide. Ethan putting that pressure on him. He can hear it. He hasn't had pressure like this so far this weekend.
And this is something that when you got the national championship on the line, you're fighting for that number 1 plate, it just creates a different pressure. As we see the 913 Ethan Reardon applying a lot of pressure to Gabriel. He just needs to keep it together to win that number 1 plate.
Gabriel's in a really tough spot. He wants to win, but he cannot crash. The riders behind him are all within, a couple points, 19 points and 23 points. They paid 25 for a race win, so he definitely has to collect a couple points no matter what.
Yes, as we see the 37 come across the line, does a 101.2. Ethan Reardon does a 101.5, so stretching it out to 0.8. As we go back to the race, 3rd and 4th, Blake Sorrentino in 3rd, and Christian Berlowitz on that number 17. You can see the bright green number 17 there.
Those two had a great battle in race 1 earlier today as well. Looks like they're going to continue that battle here in race 2.
And you can see this track is so smooth in the first half, where it just goes left, right, all the way to the top up into turn 11. So we see the 17 gets a great run. We'll see if we can't make a move into turn 11 here.
Just not close enough. If he can get back a little bit more and get that run maybe on the inside. But Blake just moves over, can hear him.
Blake shuts the door there, just moving back. He's got to set up for a right-hander, so it's tough. The 17 is going to have to get a little bit closer there as we see the 111, a little chatter out of the front of the bike on that 111.
Yeah, just, Blake's just got to force it. It's his last race of the weekend. He's got the run on him. Just make the move.
It's tough. They're all friends. As you look at the 17, really able to hold a tighter line and setting it up as we do that classic, high-low action.
He's hounding right here. We go into this right-hander. Look at him trying to come up the inside. It's the long way around. This is where we've seen him get that run, James, coming out of this corner.
The 17 trying to find some sort of room. He was really good through turn 10. You can see he gets another great run.
Seems like he almost shuts off a little bit.
Yeah. The 17 can't quite make the pass into turn 11 as they start to go through the top of the hill, start coming down towards to turn 12, the chicane that's really tough. The 111 Blake runs a little wide there.
Talked about the headwind as well, tailwind going up the hill. They got a headwind coming down that hill, so that's going to slow him down a little bit more. But we'll see Blake what he can do here if he's able to withstand the pressure.
Blake Sorrentino really just not even phased by the 17 of Christian Berlowitz as they tighten back up, but they might be closing in a little bit on Ethan Reardon there. They go 101.5, 101.7, almost.
We're hearing Ethan ran a little bit wide coming down the hill, and that's why his lap time was a little bit off. Those guys were able to close up, but we'll see if Ethan now get his head back down. We see him come through here, get that run, just make it. I think he has it, James, if he just keeps going.
Blake looks to the right. Christian Berlowitz can't make the move here, just waiting patiently with 4.5 laps to go. Ethan Reardon seems like in second place, is recovered. See if he can't just hold that place.
There we go.
The 17 having a sniff, having a little look up the inside. The 111 of Blake Sorrentino just is doing such a good job, Raj.
Looks like he has it in a couple spots. He just kind of lets off a little bit when he gets there. Here we go. He's going to be on the outside in this corner, though. High, low. Here we go on the inside. Just can't make it. Gosh, he's right there. Just seems like a couple places. He could just get a little bit closer.
If you just get a little bit more aggressive early on there, he seems like he can hold that tighter line, maybe getting held up a little bit by Blake. But this is where he's so good. And you can see, now goes to the outside. Yeah, he shuts off. I don't know. We can't see that from the vantage point here, but it might be a little bit tighter than we think coming through the turn.
Maybe he's grabbing the gear as well, so he has to shut off a little bit.
Yep, these bikes are stock, so there's no quick shifters or anything on them, so they have to roll out or use the clutch to quick shift. As we go back down the hill, 17 given now some breathing room on Blake Sorrentino. As we go back to this epic battle with the 111 of Blake Sorrentino and the 17 of Christian Berlowitz.
This is a battle. Look at Blake. He runs a little bit wide there. Christian's going to put himself up on the inside. He makes the run and he kind of shuts off, and we see through it. This is where we've seen the biggest move through here left, through this right-hander. He gets really close. Looks like he just needs to send it there on the inside. He gets the run and grabs the gear and loses a little bit.
Yeah, Christian just needs to get a little bit more aggressive if he can and try to set that pass up as he gets a good run out of turn 11 down the hill as we're going to go into some lap riders, Roger.
There's a gaggle of riders in front of him.
See how that changes the dynamic. It looks like the leader gets through them. Let's go back to this battle for third and fourth. Blake just keeping it smooth, going to go to the inside here. Try to block a little bit into turn one.
Riding defensive. They got through that lapper pretty clean, but they got a couple more there in front of them. It's not a good place where you want to catch them. It's tight.
Blake goes to the inside. It's going to be tight. Now outside in this turn, this right-hander, which will now set him up for the inside. We got one more rider they both need to get by. It's tight through there. They both get by. Don't lose too much time.
Here we go. Here's the run. Yeah, looks like he just kind of shuts off and grabs that gear. Loses a little bit of momentum.
And it looks like they've caught Ethan Reardon there coming through those lapped riders. So this race is tightened up, I think.
Ethan's last lap, he slowed down a couple seconds compared to his best lap.
So go back to the leader here, the 37, Gabriel Daddis, just really far in the lead with a 4.5 seconds now on the last lap.
Here we go. Got a three-rider battle now. Blake and Christian have definitely caught up to Ethan.
It looks like Ethan took his hand off the handlebar. Maybe there's a problem. Maybe there's a problem with something with the motorcycle. as we see this now group get closer, second, third, and fourth.
They put that first little section together, though, and put out a couple more bike lanes, but we'll see here, man. Blake has really did a good job out just not leaving any doors open for Christian to make a move.
I don't know, he ran a little bit wide there. The 17 having a look now, getting closer up into turn 11. Can't do it this time.
Only a couple more opportunities. They come down the hill. Blake moves over to the left.
This is where Blake is so strong in this final part of the lap. I don't know where the 17 Christian's going to be able to go by.
See Gabriel Daddis, one more corner to go, coming on the front straightaway, checkered flag. Look at the excitement. Ethan Reardon there, second in the battle for the last podium spot. Looks like Blake Sarantino.
Whoa, Rod, we got our first national champion. Wow. Look at them all after the race.
This is really cool to see these kids. I remember last night watching all of them bicycling around the track together when all the races were done and just having fun and being competitors.
Look, the number one.
Yep, you are.
He throws the number one up towards the cameraman. It's so crazy. These kids, they learn so quick. 37 was dominant all weekend, but look at Ethan Reardon does his fastest lap on the last lap, just trying to make sure that he closed out with the second place in the final race here.
We thought he was slowing down a little bit those last couple laps, and then maybe he's seen those riders catching him.
Maybe he was toying with him a little bit, but he gets the job done. Second place, the 37. Clean sweep.
Yep.
First one.
Talon Nelson, also a great ride for him there, rounding out the top 5.
So the riders make their way into Parc Ferme. Beautiful Mission Foods flags that we have here at the Motorplex. A really professional looking complex we have. So we see the winner there. Stoked, he's so pumped to win that AMA National Grand Championship. What a way to kick off the fourth race here with stock 110. As we look at the results here, Gabriel Daddis wins 4 in a row, followed by Ethan Reardon, third Blake Sorrentino, fourth Christian Berlowitz, fifth Talon Nelson, sixth John Sarkis, seventh Israel Cavasos, eighth great ride from Soxai Allen, Clifton, ninth Karina Tancredi, 10th Jira Misanga. Rounding out the top 10. Interesting. We have Chase Jazikoff didn't start. And Raj is down with Gabriel Daddis.
Yeah, I'm with Gabriel Daddis. 4 wins, a clean sweep of the weekend. How was it?
It was great. It feels really great to be a champion.
Going into that last race, having quite a points lead, did you feel the pressure?
A little bit. I felt like Ethan was trying to catch me, so I just kept on pushing. All the competitors did a great job, and everything was great.
All right, awesome job, and congratulations on that number 1 plate.
Thank you.
Back to you, James.
Awesome, our first number 1 AMA national champion. Gabriel Daddis there, showing the number 1, really stoked. That is so cool. He's gonna win a Tommy Duna pendant, that Arai helmet, Motion Pro prize pack, as well as that AMA national number 1 championship, the number 1 plate that they're all racing for here at the Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final, presented by Motul. Our unofficial championship standings. We just heard from Gabriel Daddis, who's clean sweep with 110 points. Blake Sorrentino finishes second. Third is Christian Berlowitz. Really good recovery from him. Fourth, Ethan Reardon, who's got second in that last race, is in fourth. Fifth, John Sarkis. Sixth, Israel Cavassos. Seventh, Talon Nelson. Eighth, Jira Masanga. Ninth, Chase Jazikoff. 10th, Socksai Allen Clifton. Rounds out your top 10. Raj, we got our first national champion.
First champion, first clean sweep of the weekend, and you just see the confidence beaming off that young kid's face when he came there and had the number one finger up and telling his parents he's the champ.
Man, I remember winning my first one. There's nothing like the first one.
No, and you think about these young kids. I mean, they've been watching racing, even though they're young, for so many years, and you dream about that moment when you're, doing all those races. And it's not only an awesome achievement for the riders, James, but parents. I mean, you go back to your parents, all the stuff that they sacrifice, money, travel, weekends away, and be able to get down there and celebrate all that together was really cool.
Exactly. It is so cool to have such an amazing series like we have the Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul here. Such a professional event for such young kids to really understand and learn the ways of like the real national championship, just as the Superbike riders would, and to get that same prestige.
Not only that, and also the sponsors as well. All the stuff everybody's thrown in for all these riders. Dunlop, Tommy Duma, Ra, Motion Pro, also AMA going to give these kids the number one plate. We talked about contingency money and all these different classes. There's a lot. Number one plate, contingency right now. It's just, I think this can grow each year. This is the first one. It's kind of surprising that coming out of the gate, it's as big as it is already.
And you got to think, everybody watching MotoAmerica Live Plus, listening to us, that's watching going, man, I want to be there next year.
All the kids, that watch the coverage, they see their buddies that they race with or at this race this weekend and able to tune in and watch. They're sitting at home right now thinking, man, I want to be there next year.
And hopefully we're looking at the next American champion that either goes to AMA Superbike or even in the World Series. That's what this whole thing is about, is trying to grow and produce the next champion.
You're 100% right. This is where it's going to start, trying to get these young riders here and racing against the best riders in the country and keep elevating each other, just like we seen in that first race. We're getting ready for the GP 190 right now. But you talk about that first race with Marty Solomon, Kenzie Matsudaira. What a battle those two had, coming here and just elevating each other every single lap.
Yeah, Maddie and Kenzie definitely the top of the field, but Kenzie Matsudaira really putting a lot of pressure and pushing Maddie Salem to the absolute end, and we came down to a photo finish for that first race. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen here. We saw some big lunges. This was one of the most exciting races that we saw all day.
Yeah, and for Marty, he's in a tough spot right now because he can't really, a crash would be devastating after winning the first three races, but he wants to try to clean sweep the weekend.
Yeah, and it's 15 points, so he's just got to keep his powder dry a little bit, because 15 points, he's got a lot in the bag, but it does take, if he does crash, I mean, that could be
it.
Right. So we don't want to.
It's the pressure.
It is.
It's the pressure cooker.
As we've got the starting grid for race number 4, the GP 190 class, Marty Salem on pole position, Kenzie Matsudaira in second place. In the middle of that front row, Ulysses Weyrich third on the outside of that front row. As we move to the second row here, we've got William Delu in fifth position, Roman Darby in the middle of that second row for the GP 190 class. So we see the riders snake their way down at the beautiful Motorplex here, getting ready on that warm-up lap. As we take a look at the championship standings, Marty Salem with 85 points, won 3 races in that close race. Kenzie Matsudaira in second, William Delu third, fourth Roman Darby, and fifth Ulysses Weyrich. As we get the riders lined up for our fourth and final GP 190 race.
Flagman's walking off the track. See that red light's going to come on. You hear the revs come up. Lights out.
There's a little bit of a wheelie there from Marty Salem going into turn 1, but I think he got a good start, as it looks like
Kenzie did not get a good start.
Kenzie's in third place right
Kenzie,
now.
big mistake, was able to keep it on 2 wheels.
Whoa, pushing so hard early on, didn't get the start he needed. As we see Marty Salem head down and trying to stretch them out, we'll see what can happen here. And who's that in second place? I think that might be Ulysses there in second place, trying to fight off the 74, as there's a big lunge from the 74, Kenzie Matsudaira into second place.
Yeah, Kenzie's going for it. He wants to win. Lost out on race 1 there with the photo finish there at the line. We'll see what he can do. He's got a little bit of work to do now, James, after that bad start, that mistake down into turn 3.
The 74 is going to have to put his head down here and really put in some fast laps. We know he can do it from the race 1, but it's going to be interesting to see how Marty Salem plays this. Does he keep it calm, cool, and collected, or put his head down as well? I mean,
what would you do if you was in his position right now?
Marty?
Yes.
I think you got to keep your head down and just click off the laps, and whatever happens behind you happens, right? You can't be focused on behind you. You got to be looking in front and just click off your own race, right? You've built a 15-point lead, and that's what you can do. Kenzie, I think, on the other hand, has got to push.
He's got to go for it.
Yeah, what's the worst that happens, right?
Exactly.
So, as we see, it looks like he's starting to close in a little. He's pushing so hard on that Dunlop front tire. Matty backs it into the final chicane here as he comes through to lead lap number 2 here. 8 laps to go. 53.0, 52.6 from Kenzie Matsudaira.
Wow.
Pushing that 190 Ovale to the absolute limits.
You can see he's definitely closing this footage right here on the drone. You can see he is closing down quick.
He's really good through this section we saw earlier today. Kenzie really good through that right-hander. Now Big Strato gets tucked in, going into turn 11 here and just closing it down.
Hard on the brakes. So he gets a good run down this hill. Looks like Marty's bike's moving around a little bit, trying to get the power down.
We saw Marty yesterday and today a little bit loose on the rear of the bike, backing it in a little bit, feeling right at home on that Ovale 190. But Kenzie's there. The 74 makes it a 2-man show to lead this race, chattering that bike on the way in.
52.3 that last lap, and he is there. There is nothing in between these two.
Kenzie Matsudaira wants to win one of these races, and you can see it. The aggression showed by the 74.
You could see the disappointment after race 1 earlier, losing like that. You could see on camera, you could just see the disappointment on his face, and he wants to end this weekend out with the win.
Are we going to get a lunge down in turn 11? Not this lap. Maybe just, gathering, collecting his thoughts a little bit here and just, settling down.
Taking a breather. He made up the spot. Now maybe falling for a lap and then go. We've seen this left-hander race 1 today where a lot of passes were made, but he's not close enough. He needs to get a little bit closer if he's going to be able to make a lunge. We've seen some down into turn 1. Race 1 today, he's just not there yet.
The one thing I'm noticing I see at the 74 is a lot of chatter on the downshift from that bike, and it doesn't look like Marty's doing that as well as he gets really close here into turn 10. Look at him open that corner way up to try to get a run through.
Marty's being defensive like you're supposed to do when you're in front. That's the thing when you're leading. You want to do the best lap, and sometimes the best lap time leaves the door open.
We go up into the
Got
top
to wait
of the
and
hill.
get a little flag there, a little debris on the track.
We start the way down through the chicane here, coming down the hill, 50 feet of elevation at the Motorplex. So we go into this left-hander, hard braking from both riders, and man, he is so close.
Right there. Let's see if he tries to make a move into turn 1 and gets a good run out of that last corner. He's going to go for it.
The 74, Kenzie Matsudaira, takes the lead here in the GP 190. We'll see if Matty Salem retaliates or kind of settles in.
Oh! Thought about it. Had a look-see.
Matty Salem in tow behind the 74. getting a good run out down the straightaway. We'll see if he takes a shot. Nope, just falls in suit. These two have been unreal
nothing
today.
in between them all day as they come down through that chicane, headed into the last little part of the track. We see Marty make some big moves in here early on. See, closes on the brakes. Kenzie looks like had a little problem back shifting.
Be interesting to see. Does Marty line up? Can't do it. The 74 shuts the door going into turn 1 as we start lap number 6. Look at the lap times between them two. There's nothing between them. Marty just looking up the inside all the time. You can tell he's really experienced because he's not following, right? He's like looking through the rider in front of him, trying to find a pass.
He's on the inside, the outside. See Kenzie blocking a little bit. Look, just looks like he's going to try to go for it.
That camera angle doesn't do us justice, Rod.
Marty, a little bit of movement there on the exit of that chicane. Could see Kenzie's able to open up a couple bike lanes, but Marty through this chicane, we've seen it all day, just gets through there really well.
I wonder if Marty's kind of settling in and just following him.
I think maybe. But Kenzie's putting in some blistering laps, though.
Yeah, he is. And like you said, you can see Marty's really starting to spin the rear out of that. And that's what's crazy to even say, that he's spinning the rear up so much on that 190 GP. Kenzie just is really good, has really good exits.
He's got his head down, and Kenzie's good on the brakes as well.
You can see Kenzie really wants this one. He wants to win one of these races.
You can just see it in his, his body style, and the way he's riding the bike.
And they're doing a little bit different lines. We saw the number 10, Marty, just take some curb there. But it looks like the 74 is really good on the exit of the corners, and Marty is maybe a little bit better, but that could just be the lead follow, right? When you're following behind somebody, you're able to use them as a brake marker and just close up a little bit as he gets really close here through the first S's in the beginning of the lap here.
Really different lines today. Looks like Marty might be trying to line something up. He's starting to look a little racy.
Marty's putting together a charge here. The rider in second place with the pink leathers. We'll see if he can put together. Oh, he gets so close.
He's only got a lap and a half left to make a move. Is he waiting until the last lap because he doesn't want to get in a battle like he had in race 1?
I'm not sure. I think if he's going to do it, he's got to do it late. I mean, the 74 has been so good.
Okay, this is what Marty's good at. We've seen him make some moves here. Good run into the... Just not close enough. Kenzie, good racecraft there, blocking that inside. Here we go. We see two different lines through here. This right-hander, as they go in to this next left. Look at Marty. He just looks like he's going to make a big lunge.
I think there's going to be something coming. The number 10 applying so much pressure to the 74 of Kenzie Matsudaira. Going into turn 11, is he going to make a lunge up the inside? No, can't quite do it.
It's going to be a big move if he does one. This is the closest we've seen him in the last couple laps. We've seen him make some moves. Going into the last corner here. He's getting the run.
It's coming.
He's coming. Oh, he's going for it. Kenzie's not going to let him have it, but he got it. One more corner to go. Is he going to be able to do the clean sweep? And he does it. We said, was he going to wait till the end, James? And he did it.
Marty Salem, clean sweep with that lineup down through the chicane into the last left-hander and does it. You can see how stoked he is, the number 10. Wow, as we go to the 64 to finish in the top three is Ulysses Weyrich. Rounds out your top three. But wow, Raj, what a race, man.
What a race, both of them. I mean, if you thought that race was good, go back on Moto. If you missed race 1 earlier today, go back on MotoAmerica Live Plus. One of the best races you'll ever see, of all racing, the way they put that battle on race 1 and race 2 as well.
He is so stoked. Look at him just wheeling.
Man. And you get a feel for Kenzie. He's rode the wheels off that bike really good. couple races and just come up a little bit short.
Yeah, you can see he's a bit disappointed. He didn't put a wheel wrong, really. I mean, he did so well in that race to put up such a good fight against Matty Salem. We're going to remember Matty Salem is a 160 champion already, so he's got so much experience, as well as racing in the ESBK. Just did a race over in Europe in Estoril, finished 13 out of 31 riders. He's got so much great experience. As we look at Matty Salem, he's going to add another Arai helmet to his collection as well. Arai, and a great sponsor. As he does a oh, hang on to her. Oh, tried to do a burnout there and it caught. That is so awesome to see. Just trying to do exactly what the pros do. Matty Salem taking the win here in such a close fight with Kenzie Matsudaira. Rogers down there as we take a look at the race results from the GP 190. Matty Salem wins the 4th race with a clean sweep over Kenzie Matsudaira, an epic race. Ulysses Weyrich in 3rd, William Delu in 4th place, and Roman Darby rounds out your top 5 in the GP 190 class. So Matty Salem down with Roger Hayden. Raj.
Marty, that was a phenomenal ride there. Did you know what you were going to do on that last lap where you wanted to make a move?
Yeah, I was planning it. For the first half of the race, I wanted to lead, and then I was planning that he was going to make a pass around like halfway, and I wanted to stay behind him, see where I can make my move. And then I wasn't planning on to pass on the last corner, but I just got a good drive, gone into like his draft, almost hit his rear tire, and then went on the brakes, and I got out the line.
How does it feel? You go in, win 3 in a row. You got a lot of pressure on you going into that 4th race. Was you nervous headed into that final?
To the final, I wasn't really nervous. I was just like trying to keep it chill, just to not like make some like crazy passes like I did in the 3rd race, but just kept it calm and I did it.
All right, that's an awesome job. Congratulations on winning 4 races this weekend. Back to you, James.
We just heard from Matty Salem saying he tried to keep it calm, cool, and collected. He knew Kenzie Matsudaira was coming from behind. He sat behind him and then tried to see where he was better. And then he just got a good run there to make that last lap, last chicane pass. So we look at a beautiful helmet, the Arai helmet there. He's going to win another one along with a couple other goodie prizes. We look at the unofficial championship standings for the GP 190 class. Matty Salem wins all 4 races with 110 points. Kenzie Matsudaira finishes in 2nd. 3rd place, Williams Delu. 4th, Roman Darby. 5th, Ulysses Weyrich for your GP 190 championship standings. Our 2nd AMA national champion goes to Matty Salem. He's going to take home that #1 plate. He's going to win a Dunlop guitar. He's going to be a part of the Dunlop Amateur Elite program that is new, as well as some other goodie prizes from Motion Pro, as well as a Tommy Duma Fine Jewelers pendant there. As we get ready for the Stock 50, as we see Baby Yoda on the back of, I believe that's Cooper Jazikoff. We'll see how he can do in this final race. He's got a cut seat on that 50 as well. He's so tiny. That's hilarious. As we see Baby Yoda versus Sonic. I believe that's his brother. As we get ready, we see all the Stock 50 class riders. Get ready. Raj, Matty seemed stoked.
Oh yeah, going down there doing the burnout, seemed really happy to win 2 races. You know how it is when you win a a race and you win those battles and you have that anxiety on the last lap and able to pull it off. He was excited. Good interview. That kid's got a lot of talent, and I think it's going to be one of those names, James, that you're going to be hearing about on them race weekends with you. MotoAmerica, I'm sure, Junior Cup, probably on the radar in a couple years.
Yeah, I think so as well. He's been climbing the ladder. He's a past 160 champion. He's been starting to race overseas as well. Just went to Estoril in the ESBK series. Finished 13 out of 31. They are on, I believe, they've got motorcycles that have Yamaha 250 engines in there. So he's got plenty of experience. He's growing. And, yeah, you got to think Junior Cup's got to be on the cards.
Got to be. If he's, it might be other stuff in Europe too, but it's got to be something he's definitely thinking about. And I say some of those Junior Cup teams might want to start keeping their eye on. And not only him, Kenzie was right there. Marty won the title, won 4 races. Kenzie's right there in both of them. Either one of them could have won both those races today.
Throw a blanket over them. As we look at the Stock 50 class, a lot of cartoons in this one on their leathers. You can see
yeah, they're 6 to 8 years old.
They're like who they're getting inspired by or their favorite cartoon. We saw Baby Yoda. We saw Lilo and Stitch.
Who would you be, James?
Back in the day, it was Rocket Power for me. I don't know if that's still around now, but what about yourself, Raj?
I'm not sure.
They have cartoons?
I don't think they had. We had black and white TV when I was that age, so we missed. We didn't have cartoons. Maybe I'll start now, though.
As we get on the sighting lap for the Stock 50 class. This was an epic race yesterday. We saw it spread out in race number 3. It'll be interesting to see if Chase Jazikoff can do the clean sweep today. Cruz Texter found a lot of speed. He's going to be on pole, as well as Nico Bandel came from behind in race number 3. We'll see how this is going to play out. We've got a national championship on the line, and the points are so close in this one.
Yeah, they're really tight. Cruz Texter also, as you mentioned, was right there in that first race. He's sitting second in points. Chase's brother, Cooper Jazikoff, there down into third. And Bron Masanga there fourth. And Nico Bendel fifth. Those riders from second down to fifth are tight.
Anything can happen in this race. This is one of our biggest grids here. As we see, getting last words of advice from the parents, from the crew. As we look at the number 1 there, Chase Jazikoff has been on fire. He's got the Sonic logo on the front, the bell helmet.
The big number 1. He wants to keep that number 1.
Yes, he does. And he's been on fire all day. He hasn't put a foot wrong. He's been head forward the whole day.
The helmet is bigger than he is.
I know, all the riders. Look, Madi Salem just comes off the track, gives him that last little fist bump, keeping him excited.
So these riders are going to take off on their warm-up lap. And, James, when they come back around, see Cruz even doing a little bit of a wheelie again and looking over. This is the only class where the mechanic or the parent can come back after the warm-up lap and make sure they grid upright. As we look at the starting grid, Cruz Texter on pole, Nico Bendel second, Chase Jazikoff third, his brother Cooper there fourth, Bron Masanga fifth, Skylar Locks rounding out the second row. We move on to the third row, Michael Sarkis there starting seventh, Chip Lampley down in ninth, Tasneen Salem. That's Madi's sister out there, Zachary Tancredi and Bruno Bolinas. They're rounding out the grid.
This is one of my favorite classes.
Oh,
these kids, no matter if they're on the warm-up lap, sighting lap, they seem like they're always racing. As we take a look at the championship standings, Raj.
Yeah, look at that. Chase has been perfect there, 85 points. But look at this battle from second, third, fourth, fifth, just under 10 points.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who. I think it can chop and change any way. These kids, every lap.
Seen 5-rider battle yesterday. Seen a couple mistakes. We'll see. It's last weekend. It's been getting a little racy as the weekend goes on.
Even from 6th to 10th, we can see that really change there. It's really tight. Anything can happen in the Stock 50 class. They're all on Stock 50s. They're all on CRF 50s. This is close. It's all about keeping that corner speed, getting a good start, getting the final words from Mom and Dad, the crew, as we get ready for the final race in Stock 50.
Look at all the parents, crew members starting to head off the track. Kids looking around. Flagman going to head. Oh, we got a problem in the back with the 95. Looks like Bruno's having a little bit of an issue. They're going to try to get her fired back up. Come on, get it back in neutral.
And this is so tough for the kids.
Man. And the parent, looks like he's got her fired up. Put it in gear. Oh!
We're going to have a
Start.
Definitely going to have a delayed start here. They're going to treat this just like the national championship done. They'll probably give them another warm-up lap and get them back on the grid as we see a little bit of chaos going on down here.
Hey, 6 to 8 years old.
Hey.
And that's why they do the grids like this at this such an early age, so they get this practice in and get the mistakes out now.
Flagger rolls off. We've got another warm-up lap here.
It's going to be a shortened race down to 6 laps. Hopefully all these riders understand. We see a couple of them getting together on the warm-up lap. I'm not sure if they know it's the... Hopefully they know it's another warm-up lap.
Like you said, Raj, 68 years old. It's tough to keep everything going, you know, like it's they're very young. But this is why we put these in place. You can see they're racing.
Oh, they are racing.
They're racing so hard on this warm-up lap.
Hopefully there's a red flag in that last corner,
Yep.
so when they come out, they know. But, you know, it's
This is how you learn.
how you learn.
This is how you
That's
learn.
Exactly right. This is how you learn.
I remember my first race in the professionals. It's something that's a little scary, you know, and until you do
Lining
it a couple
up in the
times,
right spot.
I know.
It's not,
Having a little duct
Yeah.
tape on the tank to know
not-
where your grid is.
it's not as easy as you think it is. See all the parents back out there, as we mentioned in the 50 class. The stock 50 class, they allow the parent or mechanic to be out on the grid after the warm-up lap. The only class that's allowed that. Just make sure these kids line up in the right spot. Looks
Yep.
like they're all slowing down.
They know.
Doing a great job there. Parents out there waving them down.
So this race has been reduced by 1 lap. It is now 6 laps. Everybody on the TT93 GP Dunlop tires except for Nico Bandel, who's on. We saw a rain tire, which is a little bit softer carcass. We didn't know if the heat was going to play into that as the parents get off the grid, and we're going to get this one underway.
Oh, yeah. Flagman headed off now. Look at all the riders looking to inside of that track. The light's on, and it is off. Cruz Texter with another good start.
He looks over every time just to make sure that he's got the lead. And Cruz Texter goes into the lead with Chase Jazikoff in second place. The same race orders we had in race 3. We'll see what the number 1 can do. He's trying to make a move early on around the outside, going in this right-hander.
It's a long way around, but he's able to make it.
Little change in the leader with Chase Jazikoff getting the lead with the 55 of Bron Masanga in third place.
His top 5 riders right there in one little group. Look at Cruz tucking in, trying to get a good run up the hill as they all start to punch up.
And it looks like Nico Bandel rounding out that top 5. Didn't get the start he needed, but he's still latching on, and this is definitely a closer race than we had in race number 3. They bunch up through the chicane as they go down the hill.
Bad start, but 1 less lap, so he's got to be a little bit more aggressive early on. Look at Cruz there, just try to be right there. See if he gets a good run out of this last corner.
The 1 comes across the line. Chase Jazikoff does a 1:12.0 from a standing start. Cruz Texter in second. Bron Masanga in third. Cooper, his brother, in 4th place. And Nico Bandel rounds out your top 5 as things tighten up for the lead.
Bron Masanga looking good. Trying to make a pass on Cruz there around the outside.
And only with a couple points in between them, right? So this championship, and we saw the number 1 almost run off the track there, using all the track trying to push and get away from these other 2 riders.
Look at Bron on the inside up the hill. Look at Cruz, though, just kind of moves over, blocks the line.
Behind, we see Nico Bandel going up the inside, just losing a little bit of time there in 5th place. So we see the top 5 separated by a second. Cruz has got some straightaway speed.
He's got
really
some good
light.
speed. Gets a good run out of those corners there, and also look at Chase there using all the track. But you see, he was the only kid early on not really using the outside of the track there, and it's a really smart move. It's going to be hard to pass him on the inside.
As we go back to 4th and 5th, we've got Nico Bandel trying to make a move on Cooper. Jazikoff, almost touches the rear wheel of Cooper. Trying to make a move. It's tough when he's racing a kid that small and that light.
Yeah, and look at how much more lane angle he has. Kind of a little bit bigger kid. Look, he's going to try to look up the inside. It's just the door's not open.
We go back to Cruz Texter trying to hold off Braun Masonga on the 55. Who's going to get a run up the hill? Whoa, the 55 having a little bit of movement.
Yeah, trying to get the run.
These riders are pushing the limits. The top 3 up for grabs. Man, look at the amount of track the number 1 of Chase is using on the exit there. Just using everything. I feel like he's going to run in the dirt sometimes.
Yeah. He's trying to see if he can get a little bit of a gap. Cruz is really good down that hill. Closes right up. Chase is a little wide through that right-hander.
Cruz has got his head down.
So does Braun. He's riding really well. Also, Cooper, Nico, all those guys.
Cooper sets his personal best, trying to close in on the podium battle as Cruz Texter gets a really good run out of there, closes up on Chase, but Chase is running those tight lines on entry, and it makes it really difficult to pass.
Really got hard. Look at Braun there. He's looking for a move as well.
National title on the line.
Look at Cruz. Going to get a run up the hill.
That's got to be some dirt track experience. He's not just following. He's trying to look. He's going to the back of the rear fender. He's tucking. This is the most animated I've saw Cruz.
Just trying to get arrows. We head down this hill. It's where we've really seen him quick.
Nico Bandel trying to get a run down into this chicane. Cooper shuts the door, runs a little wide. They're losing a little bit of time to the podium battle. As we said, Cruz is so good in this final chicane. Chase hasn't put a wheel wrong, doesn't look around, doesn't do anything.
Just racing forward.
It's so good at a young age, just racing forward. As we see Cruz Texter open up wide. Doesn't use any front brake in that corner.
Looks like we might have a change for 4th place.
Oh! Both riders on the ground. We've got Nico Bandel and Cooper Jazikoff. Hopefully both riders are okay.
Oh, just 2 lines came together. Neither one of them wanted to let off the throttle.
Man, and that's tough because they're just fighting for position and the lines just came together.
And Cooper was setting 3rd in points. That's gonna sting.
As we go back to the leaders here, Cruz Texter trying to find a move on Chase Jazikoff. He gets a really good run down into this chicane. Can't do it. I know Cruz wants to win one of these.
Bad. You can see it in his ride. He gets such a run out of there. Chase does a good job on the corners. It's going to make Cruz go around the long way, and that's not easy.
Cruz makes a little mistake there in the final as we go to the white flag. Oh, he gets a little bit of a mistake, and Braun, the 55, Masonga goes up the inside, but Cruz rolls him around the outside. We're going to have a red flag.
Look at the 2 riders there on the left. Cooper and Nico there down. MotoAmerica officials over to him quick.
Oh, that's tough because Braun Masonga goes at a 109.65, but we want to make sure all the riders are okay, so this race is going to be red flagged.
You can see them setting up. It's a big crash for those 2.
It's tough. It's really tough when you're going for that and you get caught in the rear of the motorcycle and it just kind of throws you up over the top, right? If you can't get quite alongside for a pass, it just makes things tough.
Yeah, and just those 2 riders, neither one of them wanted to give the spot up. And that's what happens when you're fighting for position.
And you're fighting for a national championship. You just want to push the whole time. So we've passed 2/3 distance, so this race should be called. And unofficially at the moment, we think Chase Jazikoff has won the race, and Cruz Texter in second place with Braun Masonga in third. As I think we go back to those results. So we have the riders coming into Parc Ferme now. But what a wild race. The stock 50, you have these kids 6 to 8 years old just pushing the limits of these Honda CRF 50s, just going for everything. You know, a couple lines come together and they both hit the ground. We just hope the riders are okay. But wow, some great racing here for the Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. So we're looking at Parc Ferme now. We can see Chase getting off his motorcycle behind that other rider with the Sonic Hedgehog on his. Got Roger Hayden down there as mechanic, putting the 50 on the stand there. If you look at this beautiful venue we have here at the Briggs Stratton Motorplex, this track has provided some amazing racing. You can see the ambulance down there with the riders attending to them. As we look at the results for the Stock 50 race number 4, Chase Jazikoff is going to take the win with Cruz Texter finishing second place. Third is Braun Masonga. I believe it says fourth is going to get credited to Cooper Jazikoff. As we send it down to Roger Hayter with our winner, Chase Jazikoff.
Jazikoff, what a ride again there, able to lead there from the front. How was it?
Good.
What was your favorite part of the race?
Winning.
How does it feel to be a champ?
Fun.
What are you excited? What's next?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
We're doing that as well.
There you go. Well, good luck. Awesome job this weekend, winning all those races. And good luck at what's next.
Dumb up.
All right, congratulations. Back to you, James.
There you go, the number 1 of Chase Jazikoff getting the high fives from Marty Salem over there. And a couple other riders. Yes. We'll pull up some results here. But man, that's got to be such a relief for Chase, getting that national number 1 plate there, as well as a Tommy Duma pendant, a Rye helmet, Motion Pros prize pack, and of course that AMA national number 1 plate. To be a national champion here at the first ever Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. See, these kids love it. High fives all around. Yeah. So funny, he says, what's next? Nothing. I love these kids' interviews. So good. As we go and look at the Motorplex, here is a beautiful racetrack. So we're seeing such great racing. Raj, I don't know how I was down there. I thought you were a mechanic there for a second.
Get my hands dirty?
I was like, just throwing it.
Chase, his brothers down there on the track, kind of brought back memories of having a couple brothers and needing people to jump in there. As you see Chase right there, you see the points, a perfect score, 110 points. Cruz Texter there, second, and then Braun Masonga there rounding out the top 3.
Yeah, big swing for Cruz Texter there to finish second in the championship. Nobody had anything for the number 1 of Chase Jazikoff. 4th, Cooper Jazikoff, his brother. Nico
Look
Van
how
Dam.
close it was to
I know,
third.
I know. 1 point. As we move down the list here, 6th was Michael Sarkis, 7th, Bruno Bolanos, 8th, Chip Lampley, 9th, Skylar Laux, and 10th, Zachary Tancredi.
You know, talk about these riders getting a lot of experience for, you know, these young kids. You know, the MotoAmerica starts. We've talked about the pressure, the AMA national title, but also the practice of doing interviews. I mean, that you know, you don't really think about that, but how important that is to be able to do those interviews and be able to speak in front of the camera. Because, I mean, I remember, I don't know if you were like this, but when I first started talking on the camera, it was a few words as well, you know, and it just way you get that practice, getting those reps of able to talk in front of the camera. So I think that's what's really cool about the MotoAmerica Live. Plus, being there and giving these kids the opportunity not only to, you know, race for that number 1, but racing on TV and have people watching online and doing the interviews as well.
Man, I got to tell you, when I did my first interview growing up and just having the camera pointed at you, I was locking up, man. I was like an engine with no oil in it, man. Like, it was really tough, and it took me a long time. I mean, what you hear today and my interview is maybe a little bit more, got a little bit more energy than others, but it's taken me so long to learn that and to be comfortable with, you know, the camera, because it does feel different. When you got that camera pointed at you, you know, the sweat starts dripping down, your palms get sweaty.
I mean, even still now sometimes. So just to have that opportunity to, you know, get those reps in, and his parents are down there telling him to say something, and he's trying, but he's just a kid.
And he's got family members all over the country that can tune into MotoAmerica Live Plus and watch this live. And look how clear all these images are that we have here. It's so cool. We couldn't have done this without great sponsors from our title sponsor, Mission Foods, Motul, all of our manufacturer contingencies, Yamaha, Honda, Kawasaki, Motion Pro putting up prize packs, Arai, Tommy Duma with our pendants, and of course our official tire, Dunlop.
Dunlop brought the semi here this weekend. I mean, what a huge opportunity for the kids to be able to see. They took a picture on social media. They get to take a tour of the semi, and you know, they get to almost, you know, be like a factory rider this weekend. Dunlop truck, you know, number 1 plates, and you know, racing on TV and a lot of other stuff.
I think that's so cool. So they get to see it. I mean, you know, when you go back and you're riding and you know, as kids, you're dreaming of your dreams
100%.
during right now, and you get to see the like you said, the semi truck that you might not see. You get to see how, you know, yourself, right? An absolute legend like yourself, Roger Hayden, and get to ask you, you know, any questions and things of that nature. As well as a washed-up bagger racer. So,
all right, we're heading on now to the GP 160, last race of the weekend. Here, race 4.
I think we have one more after this. It's the Street GP. This is the 160 class. This one was really good. If I remember last time, we had the 97, the Stylus, Chase Dill, and we have 44 Connor Raymond. That was when, you know, really head-to-head, Chase eked out a bit of a gap on Connor last time. He seems like he's got a great flow here.
You know, Connor's going to be pushing hard. He wants to try to, you know, they do this sighting lap, get back in their grid spot. Wants to try to close out the weekend with the win. And, you know, Jace wants to try to go out with 4 wins, go undefeated for the weekend. Gabriel Deadis last race, speaking of people stepping up, he was a lot closer to those top 2 than he was yesterday.
He's got to be getting tired, man. He's riding double duty. 2 classes for Gabriel Deadis. But we've seen him making strides on the 160. Oh, they're racing already. Isn't this the warm-up lap?
Yeah, I think Connor, is really trying to get a good start. See how close it is.
We already saw maybe a little bit of a collision. These guys are revved up, ready to go. As we got the starting grid here for the 160 GP class, Jay Still on your pole position, middle, or in the front row on pole. Middle of the front row is Connor Raymond on that 44 machine. Gabriel Datis on that 37 rounds out your front row. So we move to the second row, fourth position, Alessandro Giganti. Blake Sorrentino in fifth in the middle of that second row. Parker Bussi rounds out your second row. As we move to the third row, Gabriela Gigante in seventh place. Levi Martinez in the middle of that third row, and Sophia Wilshison in ninth place, rounding out that third row as these riders take the warm-up lap. And they're going for that AMA National Championship. As we look at the championship standings quick, Jay Still, perfect so far. Connor Raymond in second, third Gabriel Datis, fourth Alessandro Gigante, and rounding out your top five is Blake Sorrentino as the bikes are ready to go for this GP 160 class.
Flagman heads off. They'll be waiting for that red light to come on. You'll hear that engine start to rev up. Lights out.
The 37 from the outside gets a great start, but I think it's going to be Jay Still that takes the lead.
It's like Connor Raymond, good start as well. A little better start than the first race. Got right behind Jace early on.
It looks like Jace might have had a little bit of a wiggle from the rear end of that motorcycle early on, but already trying to push. But Connor Raymond getting a better start in this one and trying to latch on. Ooh, a little further down is a pass. Already getting a little argy-bargy out there.
Last race of the weekend, we've seen the intensity ramp up each race throughout the last couple days.
As the field sets, Chase Shadil runs down the hill into the chicane. Connor Raymond in second, but we've got Gabriel Datis doing really well, latching on to Connor Raymond. That'll be interesting here late in the race.
And that's all he can do, kind of a little bit younger compared to the two guys in front of him, just able to get out there and get some experience. And you know how it is. Just try to close that gap down over race distance.
Things start to stretch out here with Jay Still, the 97. Gabriel, as we're looking at there, right in third position, pushing so hard on that 160.
Alessandro is doing pretty well too. He's still in the camera shot as well as the top four riders.
And as we said, these riders are sponges, man. They learn so much every single lap, and from race to race, they just get so much better as we go back to a fifth and sixth race here between Blake Sorrentino and Parker Bussi. Oh, a little mistake from Blake, but shuts the door, Rod.
Yeah, I knew he left the door open after that mistake and moved right over, not letting anyone get by. Look at them, they're fighting hard going into this last chicane. See Blake Sorrentino leading the group there.
The 49, Parker, opening things up in turn one.
He's trying to carry that momentum.
You can see the different line choice as they snake their way through the Motorplex. Is there going to be a stop here? Not quite close enough from Parker. Follows him as they work their way up this track. The elevation, Raj.
Starts right here. This run up this hill starts coming out of that left-hander. You can see the run. He's going to be able to get. He's going to make a move.
He sets him up, doesn't quite do it into turn 11. He's going to go back to work here. Parker on Blake Sorrentino. Snake their way down the hill. Those Dunlop front tires just getting pushed to the absolute limit. The 111. A little bit of chatter there through this.
See it through that chicane there. Parker gets a good run, but Blake is just really good at blocking that inside. Gonna try to go around the outside.
Can't quite do it. Blake shuts the door on the 49. Parker just having a look everywhere he can. He's not following him. He's just looking outside, inside, outside, inside. He's going to have to make a big move.
He's going to have to make a move. And I like what he's doing right now. I like Parker behind him there, not following, trying to find different lines. If you follow the person in front of you, you can try to go around the outside. That's going to be tough, but he might get it done.
Wow, the 49 goes into 5th place. We'll see if Blake can retaliate, come back on a pass on Parker there. But that was clean around the outside. He kind of, man, he made it look so easy.
Set that run up so early up the hill. And then it just kind of came to a braking contest.
We'll see if the 1-1-1 can come back. Blake going to work on Parker here. Not let him go and not giving him an inch. We look at the lap time differences there. There's nothing really in it besides that lap 4. Parker is set at 58.7. He's looking really good, but definitely finding some time here.
Closing up a lot. Man, just got in a little deep. Let's see if he can now get a run up this hill. Really fast in that right-hander. It's a little easier when you're behind to follow somebody as you head up the hill.
Yeah, you can use them when they go. You can use them as a brake reference, and you can learn the lines, maybe doing something a little bit different. But, man, nose to tail, nothing between it. Blake and Parker going head-to-head here as they make their way down.
Just pushing each other, too. Every lap is each other's best lap.
Yeah. As we look at Jace Dale, does a 54.5, the fastest lap of the race. We're going to go back to our leader right here. And, man, this guy, you can see he is just aggressive. He's got 3.5 second, Raj, and he is pushing.
Yeah, look the way he's using all the racetrack here on the exit. Look at that. All the way to the outside. Sets him up perfectly coming down this hill. Right, left, flicks it really good. Headed down toward this last chicane where we seen him earlier today backing it in. Look at him. A little bit more in line. Missed a shift toward the end of that first race this afternoon, so maybe he's backing it up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe his crew, his parents have told him, hey, back her down a little bit. Let's get this national championship #1 plate.
Let's get on that Dunlop Elite Amateur program.
Right, save him some money with some tires, get an allotment of tires there. But we need to understand I don't know, Raj, he is pushing. I don't think he's rolled off at all. But Connor Raymond keeping him honest here, finding some good time, doing a 55.7 that last lap. And he's been looking really good and just slowly getting faster all day.
Yeah, he's just steady. Last lap, 55.7, a little bit off his personal best. Just a couple tenths slower a lap than Jason. You can see it's not too far back, but those couple tenths, they start to add up. These races are long races. 10 laps around here at the Motorplex for these young kids is a lot of laps.
Yeah, it is. And I got to tell you, just looking at timing and scoring, seeing Alessandro getting closer to the 37 of Gabriel Datis. We'll see if he can't close up. This is a battle here that is starting to get heated. Alessandro is finding a lot of time as we get closer here. The 37 of Gabriel Datis leading Alessandro there on the 64 machine.
And there's only 3 points between these two for 3rd and 4th.
So every point matters here today, and it looks like Alessandro is starting to just get closer every single corner.
It's a battle for 3rd. Because if they tie, it'll go to the last race in points. So this is huge.
You got to fight for it.
Oh, yeah.
As the Bear, Corey Texter, would say, you got to get gritty. Right? We'll see what will happen. We look at the 37 here. Gabriel Datis snaking his way through, coming across the line one more time.
Gabriel stepped up.
Yep.
He just did his personal best as well. He can hear it. You can hear when the rider's behind. You can feel it.
56.2. Alessandro goes with him, though, as a 56.3, so still not much in it. 0.6. We'll see as the laps start to wind down here. They start to climb up the big elevation at the Motorplex here. They snake their way through these corners. A lot of chicanes on this track, Raj.
Alessandro's got a good run. Not close enough, but still a really good run. Headed up there hard on the brakes.
Whoa.
What a front chatter there for Jace. You see that in that left-hander just gets through there so quick. He sees the white flag, 1 lap to go.
Is he going to showboat it, Raj, or is he just going to keep it clean?
I think he probably hot dog it a little bit.
Right? I think you got to.
Look at this.
This is the battle that we're looking forward to. They come across the stripe. Gabriel Datis leads Alessandro going on to the last lap here. Every point matters. They snake their way through this Motorplex. Where's he going to do it if he's where?
He's going to have to force it when he gets there. Maybe he gets a good run. We've seen some riders out of this left-hander start that drive up the hill.
He's got to do it out of turn 10 and get a run into 11. Right here, this right-hander, he's got to get a run.
He got it, but I just don't think he's close enough.
I don't think so either. There's just too much daylight into this.
He's running out of opportunities. We see Jace Deal 4 races, 4 wins on the weekend. Going to win that AMA national title. Connor Raymond, 2nd place. As we see this battle for 3rd and 4th still going on with only a couple corners left. Looks like Gabriel's going to hold on to it. Going to get 3rd in this race and 3rd in the points as well for the weekend.
I'm really pumped with the way Alessandro rode in that race.
He laid it all out.
Yeah. I mean, but look at Gabriel, sets his fastest lap on the last lap, really doing that. We go back to the 97 showboating a little bit. I mean, wouldn't you after winning a national championship? Dragon elbow. What, dude.
I mean.
Wow. Man, there's some talent coming through. There's some talent coming through Mini Cup. So Connor Raymond's going to finish 2nd in that race, and he's going to be a part of that Dunlop Amateur Elite team. As the riders start to come in Parc Ferme, we'll be able to pull up the results for the 160 GP class. Man, but the talent looks bright. Really cool to see for the 97 as they pull in. Kenzie there. Nice, giving him a high five. That's so cool. Ooh. Little dab up. Everybody's so excited. Win that AMA National Championship. #1 plate. Beautiful here at the Motorplex at MotoAmerica and Elcar 8. As we look at the results for the 160 Championship, Jace Dill wins 4 out of 4. As Connor Raymond takes 4 second places. Gabriel Datis, 3rd place. 4th, Alessandro Giganti. Really good recovery and really pressuring from Canada. 5th was Parker Bussi. 6th, Blake Sorrentino. 7th, Alessandro's sister, Gabriela Giganti. 8th, Sophia Wilshison. 9th, Levi Martinez. Did not start. Been such good races here today at the Briggs Stratton Motorplex for the Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. All the races have been amazing. And we're going to head down to Raj with our winner, the 97, Jace Dill.
Jace Dill, another win. That's 4 for the weekend. We was watching you out there sitting the bike chat around. Could you feel that on the track?
A little bit, not too much.
You got a really good start. You got your head down early on. Was that the plan going into the race?
Yeah.
How does it feel to come here to such a big event, the national final, MotoAmerica, to be able to come here and win all the races?
Great. It feels great.
All right. Well, you did a great job this weekend. Congratulations. We send it back to you, James.
Well, you heard it there from the 97 of Jace Dill. Just absolutely killed it in the 160 GP class. So stoked out there. Just getting high fives from Madi Salem there. Pumped. So cool to see. Gonna get that AMA National #1, as well as be a part of the Dunlop Elite Amateur team. Going to get that guitar from Dunlop as well. As we look at the championship standings, 4 for 4 for Jace Dill. He takes 110 points and wins the championship. 2nd place goes to Connor Raymond. 3rd, Gabriel Datis. 4th, Alessandro Giganti. 5th, Blake Sorrentino. 6th place goes to Parker Bussi. 7, Gabriela Giganti. 8th, Sophia Wishson. 9th, Levi Martinez. For our 160 GP championship. so cool that MotoAmerica Live Plus was able to put this together so everybody can see all these kids race at the top level here, as well as next Friday we will be at Mid-Ohio, and you can see on MotoAmerica Live Plus, we're going to see Superbikes, baggers, and the rest of the classes at Mid-Ohio. Really looking forward to that race.
Yeah, really looking forward to Ohio, just because MotoAmerica, going back to Mid-Ohio, it's been a couple years since we've been to Mid-Ohio. I know you've been to Mid-Ohio before, but that place has so much history. I mean, that was, when I was young, that was one of the races that was like just really big, had that different feel, huge fan base, awesome track. So it feels awesome to MotoAmerica. Headed back, and I'm looking forward to seeing the Superbikes there again. And, the track's better now, got some fresh pavement, a couple other updates. Going to see the baggers there next weekend.
I think it's going to be unreal. The new pavement, they've already had a few tests there, and they say that the pavement is really good as we look at Chuck.
Keep an eye on it.
He's got to. He's got to keep an eye on everybody here.
See Chuck there. He's the one put this together for those kids able to come here. And it's a lot of work. It's not easy to, get the sponsors and make it worthwhile. And the AMA, it's awesome that the AMA jumped on board to give all these kids a national title. I mean, this just didn't come together overnight. It was months in the planning, and it's a lot of work. So you got to thank Chuck and everybody at MotoAmerica, the AMA, all the sponsors that we've mentioned, everybody working together and able to make it happen.
Yeah, and I mean, all the sponsors to jump on boards, like the official sponsor, Mission Foods, they just step in every single time. Anything that happens with motorcycles, they're like, yep, we're in. That is so cool for them to see. And we've got other sponsors like Motul, the presenting sponsor, all the OEM sponsors, Honda, Yamaha, and Kawasaki, as well as our product sponsors, Motion Pro, Arai, Tommy Duma. As we look at Teague,
down there in Tech, hey, they want to make sure everything. There's rules. They're going to take a look under the hood, make sure everybody's playing fair.
Especially in these stock classes, you got to really keep an eye on everybody. I mean, I've raced a lot of races growing up, and you're in a stock class, and you're like, how is that guy got 3 mile an hour on me? You're not. That ain't.
He's
weight.
doing wheelies off the corner.
When we used to show up on amateur nationals on those PWs, some kids would be really fast,
Roosting,
but
throwing a roost.
So glad we have Teague here to make sure everybody's following the rules.
And when I went down to do the podium interview, they were definitely taking a look at some of the stuff from the bikes and just, like you said, making sure everybody's playing by the rules. It's a stock class, which I like being a stock class. That way you don't have to put any more money into it. Just buy the bike that's stock, put some different tires on it from the knobbies, and let's go racing.
And it helps a lot of the team owners that are looking at this race and looking at the talent. Where's the talent? Right? It's not about the bike and who's got the most money, who can build the best bike. It's the talent. And that's what we're trying to hone here with the Mini Cup National Championship, or the national final here, is to see who is the fastest.
Last race of the weekend, James, right here, the Street GP.
I think we have a favorite in this one. Cameron Jones has been on it with that absolutely factory HRC looking livery Grom. I mean, I got to tell you, Raj, every time I hear that thing, I think it gets a little bit louder.
Speaking of Cameron starting on pole for this race, middle of the front row, Joshua Rodriguez. And then rounding out the front row, Sean Bendel.
Sean Bendel, of course, father of Nico Bendel, who's racing in the Stock 50 class, put on a great show today. As we look at the championship standings here, we've got Cameron Jones, who's won 3 races out of 3. Joshua Rodriguez has got 2nd out of the 3 races, and Sean Bendel has got 3rd out of the 3 races. So those are your points. See if Cameron Jones can keep it upright, keep the motor running, and take home an AMA #1 plate.
I mentioned yesterday was having a couple little, he does a stoppie there, headed into the grid. Talked about yesterday, had a little heard the bike making a little funny noise today after the interview in the race. He felt pretty good about it as the flagman heads off. And that light will come on, and it goes out, and we are racing.
Seems like everybody gets a great start there, but it's going to be Cameron Jones that leads him into turn 1, followed by Rodriguez, and Bandel runs in third place. We'll see if Rodriguez can try to go with Cameron Jones. He tried early on, but Cameron Jones decided to stretch the gap away, or middle of the last race.
Yeah, he's looking a little racy early, though.
I think he's got to do something early on and try to race him.
Just try to rattle him a little bit.
Rattle his cage a little bit. He wants that win.
Put that pressure, make him hear your bike.
I don't know if he just ripped the tear off, but his hand came off the handlebar there. Joshua Rodriguez in second place, but keeping him honest, we'll see. Cameron Jones is a little bit of a gap here, but not much as they snake their way down of the Motorplex. We have this beautiful drone shot showing us going into the last chicane. Cameron Jones going to lead us on our first lap here on the Street GP. 6 laps remaining.
Joshua hard on the brakes going into turn 1. Look at that, kind of closed up a little bit.
Yeah, you can hear when they downshift. He's downshifting it hard. A lot of revs coming out of that Grom.
Backing it in a little bit into there with the engine braking.
We talked about it before, but it's so interesting to see these Groms. They run such a different line compared to the other bikes in the other classes, but Cameron Jones stretches it out there. Definitely stretching it out.
Just a little bit each lap. Really good run out of that corner.
Rodriguez takes some curb on the way in through that chicane. A little tuck from Cameron Jones.
Trying to get aero.
Just trying to put some distance between himself and Joshua Rodriguez in second place. Wow, a 58.4 to Rodriguez, 59.5, over a second in that lap alone.
Stretched it out a little over 2 seconds now. You see them up there on the screen, only 5 laps to go. Cameron Jones out there trying to complete the sweep. 4 race wins on the weekend.
4 on the bounce. We've seen that all weekend. Like, the people who are winning have just sweeped it.
Some of them have been close, though. But, yeah, that seems like the same winner. Even though they had to fight and scrap for it, he's able to get the win.
Joshua Rodriguez in second place here, trying to put it down as we go back to the leader. Cameron Jones just looks so smooth every time we see that. Ooh, grabs a downshift or an upshift. Going across the start-finish line. He's running GP shift on that.
Really smooth back shift there. Notice kind of using the clutch a little bit to show that engine braking we were talking about.
57.6 for Cameron Jones that lap. Really stretching it out. I don't think he's laying off at all. I think that's the fastest lap we've seen.
He's playing games up with us. Told us he was going to take it easy today and come out, and he's got good style too. You talked about he's raced before, and you can definitely tell he's got some style.
Looks great on a motorcycle. It's Cameron Jones pushing that Grom to the absolute limits.
Look like he's using all the track there, almost a little bit too much there.
Cameron Jones, as we said, has a business. He does all the ECU flashes for a lot of the riders, builds a lot of the... Whoa, he has a big moment going into turn 1. Almost threw it away, Raj.
You're able to gather it up.
Let me just tell you right now, Hart went through the ceiling.
He'll be slowing down now a little bit these last 3 laps. We see now, though, back on the gas.
As we look at the number 5 of Sean Bendel in third place.
You've mentioned it, Nico Bendel's dad, how cool it is. The son gets to take your son racing, and then you get to get out there and do your own little race too, and ride the track, and then you get to talk to your son. Y'all can compare notes and
just experience it together. I mean, that's how I started. My dad was racing dirt track, and I mean, it was always so cool. We used to get to go to the races together, and him race, I race. But enough of that. Back to the leader. Number 11, Cameron Jones, just putting in work here on the street GP. See if he cleans it up. He does.
Yeah,
He's back on rails. Just a small mistake.
Little mistake. It's just his best lap's 57.6. He's only backed it off about a second now. He's got an 8.5 second lead over Joshua Rodriguez.
8.6 seconds Cameron Jones has over Joshua Rodriguez. The gap is pretty big, but Cameron Jones just staying on the gas. You know, Raj, it's hard to slow down that much on the bike. You just start missing marks, making mistakes. You kind of got to
Lose
stay
your focus. You got to stay locked in. You know, you start to slow down. The suspension gets in little different spots in some corners.
Start running wide.
He's got a lap in one corner to go. Just has to stay locked in a little bit longer.
One more lap for Cameron Jones. Big gap here. The 285 of Joshua Rodriguez. That Castrol livery. Beautiful Grom machine as we go back to our drone shot. Just looking at Cameron Jones pushing. Here, open it up to 10.7 seconds. He is not slowing down.
No, not at all. I mean, look at the last lap, still into the 58s. Getting tucked in, up the hill.
Starts to make his way down out of turn 11, coming into turn 12 and 13. Grabs a back shift, keeps it nice and tidy through the chicane. Uses all the track going into the final chicane here, Raj.
Yeah, just a couple corners left here. Last chicane. Take a left, right. One more left-hander. It's going to be a good view when he gets on the front straightaway. Checkered flag for Cameron Jones. Look at him excited. 4 races this weekend for Cameron Jones. 4 race wins. See Joshua Rodriguez coming home second. Good ride by Joshua as well there to second on the podium as well.
Yeah, I just noticed that Joshua Rodriguez has an amazing looking helmet on there, that Arai Nicky Hayden replica.
Looks good.
Yeah, it looks great out there. As we go back to number 5 here, Sean Bandel working his way towards the finish. We look here, 15, 16, 17 grabs that shift and just bringing it home. Rounds out your podium, the number 5 of Sean Bandel. Wow, what a weekend. What a weekend of racing here at the Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. It has been an unreal weekend of racing. Some amazing races. Look at Cameron Jones there. He's got the leathers already unzipped. It's definitely gotten a little bit hot out there. He rolls into Parc Ferme as we get things together to hand out the number 1 plates and all the goodie bags. Cameron Jones, the number 11. That great looking motorcycle getting put on the stand. You got Joshua Rodriguez behind him. As we're going to look at the race results for the Street GP, Cameron Jones goes 4 for 4 and takes the win, with Joshua Rodriguez finishing second. Rounding out your podium is Sean Bandel in the Street GP class.
So, James, your opinion, a first ever Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. You was here both days. You've been around, seen a lot of stuff. What was your take?
It was unreal. Unreal. I was so stoked. The racing was unreal. Amazing to see these kids put it all on the line for how young, and I mean, it's so cool to see how good the facility looks and to give these kids an opportunity to really take a step into what the future could be for them moving up to a national championship, whether they come into the MotoAmerica National Championship or they go to Europe and we see the next world champion.
And just a reminder, if you're watching on MotoAmerica Live Plus, don't go anywhere because we are going to show the podium, the top 3 riders in each class. And we're going to be giving out a Dunlop guitar in the GP 160, GP 190. Every class is going to get an AMA National Championship #1 plate. Tommy Duma pendant, a Rye helmet for each champ, a Motion Pro pack, and as we mentioned, the most important, the granddaddy of them all, what they all came here for, that AMA #1 plate.
Yeah, that's what we're all here for, is that AMA #1 plate. So cool to see AMA recognize the Mini Cup Championship. As we look at the championship standings for the Street GP class, Cameron Jones going 4 for 4 with 110 points, and you're a Street GP champion. Second place is Joshua Rodriguez, and third, Sean Bandel.
I mean, Cameron just never put a wheel wrong. Good start. No mistakes. Bike looked good.
Ice cold out front. Ice cold. Thought he was from the Rockies or something.
Yeah.
Look at the Motorplex. The Briggs Stratton Motorplex here at Elkhart Lake at Road America. Such a cool venue for the first ever Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul.
Just an awesome 2 days to be here and be with the families. And James, I know it meant a lot to these kids to have you here this weekend. You know, a lot of them look up to you. You're still out when they watch these MotoAmerica races. They still see you out on track fighting for wins and podiums and know exactly who you are. And I know it meant a lot to them to have you here and watch them and call them and, you know, be able to talk to us. And, you know, just I know they really appreciated having you here. I had fun with you in the booth this weekend. As we get ready, you can see them down there trying to line up for that podium, which we will cover on MotoAmerica Live Plus. When they try to get everybody lined up, but you can only imagine trying to get 6 and 8 year olds and 8 and 12 year olds trying to get them, try to wrangle them up and try to get a podium going.
Yeah, they're probably out already riding bicycles. And
they're in trouble somewhere.
Yeah, they're riding bicycles. They're having fun with each other as we get them lined up to give out the #1 plates here. It's been super fun as well to call things with you. And I remember when I went to my first race in Barber, I was hooked. It was so cool to see what MotoAmerica has put together with the Mini Cup, bringing on such great sponsors like Mission Foods, Motul, all the OEM sponsors, Honda, Yamaha, and Kawasaki, putting in such strong contingency programs. Of course, our official tire, Dunlop, our product sponsors, Motion Pro, putting together a prize pack, you know, with tire gauges and tools and things of that nature. I remember growing up, that's one company I always wanted to be sponsored by was Motion Pro. So great. A Rye helmet, putting together a great helmet for these kids who won. You get to win in a Rye helmet. In my personal opinion, the best helmet on the market. And, of course, Tommy Duna Fine Jewelers. You know, in a lot of the classes, you get to race for that ring. Well, here you're going to have a pendant. The winner's going to get a pendant. And how cool is that to see all the sponsors across the board here.
Got to thank MotoAmerica also for putting this event on. We mentioned earlier just all the work and the hours that they spent trying to put this event on. And, you know, they do it for a reason. They're trying to grow, get the grassroots of road racing, get it going like they do in Europe, get these kids, you know, on the right path, the right bikes, the right competition. The sponsors are coming in, giving these kids the opportunity. You got to thank Corey Texter and his crew for all the work they put on. There was a lot of MotoAmerica officials here this weekend, starters, flagmen. You know, there was a lot that went into it, and I know I appreciate it. I know you appreciate it, and all these kids and the families appreciate it. I know a lot of them were talking about how this is one of the best weekends that they've had.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, already Corey's crew just tearing this thing down as we get ready for the podium here. But hopefully we can see the next world champion, the next MotoAmerica Superbike champion come from the Mini Cup Series such a good way, starting from ages 6. With
Can you imagine 6 years old being on the road racetrack?
Imagine being at a track like this beautiful Briggs Stratton Motorplex, this go-kart track with so much elevations, like an amazing track to be able to ride here with such a great prestige. It looks so good, having all these sponsors on board and the outlook.
The street GP class, James, is 12 and up. So next year, you talk about you really like his track. You could
I think
could maybe come up. We talked about the Honda contingency, Cowie in that class.
Raj, I don't think my Harley contract would allow me to ride that. Maybe we might be able to put together something.
They need to come out with one.
Yeah, we come here and put my name in the hat and go for an AMA.
Get you another AMA title. You said they didn't have them when you were a kid for road racing. That could be your opportunity.
I don't think Ken Salon would allow a professional to come back and ride in an amateur event. But I would love to. Are you kidding? Look at this racetrack. Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah. I remember the first time I came to the Motorplex to watch the old Volley kids, I was thinking, man, this track is awesome. I did Super Motard before. Nothing like this track.
Yeah, definitely. It's been so cool to watch all the racing. It's been so good head-to-head racing. And really cool to see the kids get better and better as we ran through the 2 days of action. So if you were watching on MotoAmerica Live, you need to get here next year. As we get things ready for the awards ceremony.
I see some kids out there. I see one of them right now in a tuxedo, ready to get up, get that number 1 plate.
Wow, I think looking snazzy as always. That is so cool to see. I remember the first time I won, I got my championship. I put a suit on as well, so that is really cool to see. Looking snazzy. As we get ready for the awards ceremony, these kids are going to win an AMA National number 1 plate and a Tommy Duma pendant. Tommy Duma Fine Jewelers, a great sponsor of ours. Going to win a pendant. And then the 190 and 160 class, they're going to win that Dunlop guitar, as well as the top 2 are going to be a part of the Dunlop Amateur Elite program, where they can get free tires as well as a discount and that Dunlop cool Elite merchandise that only exclusive riders can have. As we see the award ceremony start to fill up with all the riders. So everything's starting to fill up here for the award ceremony for the first ever Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup National Final presented by Motul. Down here at the Briggs Stratton Motorplex in Elkhart Lake as the sun shines down on Road America. An amazing 2 days of racing. So thankful to be able to call the action here alongside Roger Hayden. I just want to say thank you so much to everybody following along on MotoAmerica Live Plus. I'm going to be leaving you, but I'm going to throw it down to Raj Hayden to do the award ceremony. Raj?
All right. Thank you, James. First podium we're going to do is the Stock 110 class. Third in points, Christian Berlowitz. Come on up to the podium. Second place, Blake Sarantino. And Chuck Ashland from MotoAmerica is going to be handing out the trophies to all these riders. And then the champ, Gabriel Daddis. All these riders trying to get ready to get their Dunlop hats on. Dunlop supported them a lot. And then also I'm going to call up Ken Salant to hand out the AMA National #1 plate. Also, these riders are going to get a Tommy Duma pendant, a Rye helmet. You see the Motion Pro pack there as well. So a lot of things for these riders. Christian, good weekend. How did it feel?
It felt good, and I would like to thank MotoAmerica, Motul, KYT helmets, Mission Foods, Dunlop tires, and Beast Mode Racing.
All right. Congratulations. Awesome job. Second place, Blake Sarantino. Awesome to be up here on the podium. How's it feel?
It feels really good.
All right, well, congratulations. And then the champ, Gabriel, how does it feel to come here, to come get what you came here for, the #1 plate? How does it feel?
It feels absolutely amazing. Probably one of the best moments of my life.
All right, awesome. You did a great job winning all the races. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Baby, please help me.
So much stuff. He needs a little help carrying it. Motion Pro, Rob helmet. All right, next up, we're going to do the GP 190 podium. And Chuck Ashland from MotoAmerica will be giving out the trophies as I call the riders up. Third place, William Delu. Second place, Kenzie Matsadura. And then your AMA National Champion, Mahdi Salim. Also in the 190 class, they're going to get a championship guitar from Dunlop that Corey Maynard brought up here for these young riders. We'll get a good look at that on camera. It's just so awesome. Also, these riders in the 190 class become the Dunlop Elite Rider Amateur Program. Awesome opportunity for them, a tire allotment. Mahdi is going to be the first ever one for road racing. She's going to get the hat there. That hat, if you wear that hat right there, it means you are in a Dunlop Elite Amateur Rider. Get in here and get a word with these guys. Ken Salant going to come in and hand out the #1 plate to Mahdi.
Look at all that gold. Where do we go? Congratulations.
Let all the photographers down here get the pictures. All right. William, great job out there, ending up the weekend on the podium. Do you got anybody you'd like to thank?
I want to thank Ovali USA. I want to thank my dad. I want to thank my family. And I want to thank Matt Dill.
Awesome. Congratulations. Kenzie, awesome job this weekend. You put on some of the best races we've seen all weekend today. Second overall. I know it's not what you wanted. You want to be on the top step, but how was it?
Yeah, it was a good weekend. Rough fight, but yeah, happy to be up here with Marty and Williams.
You got anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Ovala USA, Iconic Motorbikes, Evic Airsoft, HJC, Dave Designs, Alpine Stars, Bison, Yoshimura USA, and everybody else who helped me get here. Thank you.
Congratulations. And Marty, what can we say? A clean sweep of the weekend. 4 races, 4 wins. Get the number 1 plate. How's it feel?
It feels amazing. I couldn't thank anyone but my dad. He helped me come up here, and yeah.
All righty, congratulations. You earned it, buddy. They get all their pictures in, get all the sponsors there on the MotoAmerica Live Plus coverage. Look at all these riders. They were going to get used to this podium because they're going to be on there a lot. It's cool to see that Dunlop guitar there for these riders. I know there was something in MotoAmerica that every time you see one of the riders' houses, they get that guitar there, front row and center. Also, after this, we do want to get a picture with all the champions. So don't go anywhere when this is done if you have one of the number 1 plates. Next up, we're going to do the Stock 50 class. And again, Chuck Ashland from MotoAmerica will hand out the trophies as you're called up. 3rd place, Braun Masanga. Second place, Cruz Texter. And your champion and Ken Slant will bring you the number 1 plate when you make it up here. Chase Jazikoff. Look at that Motion Pro product there, the MotoAmerica Mission Trophy. Chuck Ashland's given. Look at that. The trophy's bigger than the rider. Corey from Dunlop going to give him the hat. Thanks, Dunlop, for all their help for these young kids this weekend. Next up, we're going to have Ken Slot from the AMA bring up the number 1 plate. Awesome job, Ron. I heard you whenever your name was announced. You didn't even know you ended up 3rd overall.
I am really glad that we got to fix my tires. It took so long, so I'm glad that we could get the tires on.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you. I am very glad that Dunlop made this happen.
You got anybody you want to thank?
My dad, my mom, and my whole family.
Congratulations. Second place, Cruz Texter. Cruz, how was your weekend?
Good.
You got anybody you want to thank?
Jerry Stinchfield, Frementown Yamaha, Mission Foods, Dunlop, Fast House, and that's it.
Congratulations. And Chase, awesome weekend, winning all those races. How'd you do it?
Good.
How's it feel? Hold the number 1 plate up. Let's see it. How's it feel? That's what you came here for, that number 1 plate, and you was able to achieve it.
Good.
You got anybody you want to thank?
Mom and Dad, Justin from Trackside Parts Club, Mini GP, MotoAmerica, and Dunlop.
Awesome. Credit. Congratulations, guys. Next up, we're going to do the GP 160 class. 3rd place, Gabriel Datus. Chuck Ashland from MotoAmerica going to bring you over your trophy. Second place, Connor Raymond. And your number 1 plate, AMA National Champion, Jace Dill. And to present you your AMA number 1, Ken Salant from the AMA. And last but not least, the Dunlop guitar. And the Dunlop Team Amateur Elite Program. First year they did that this year. Dunlop, that's awesome. Give these kids an opportunity to be part of that elite program. I know it's a huge honor for all these kids. Gabriel, 2 podiums this weekend. Not too bad.
Thank you. It feels great up here.
How hard was it doing 2 classes?
It's pretty hard. It takes a lot of endurance, so I gotta try and keep my cool as best as I can and push.
Do you got anybody you want to thank for this podium again?
Yes, Top Pro Racing Team, Ballast Racing, 73 Motor Parts, Rebel Gears, Motul USA, Woodcraft, South Florida Mini GP, New Jersey Mini GP, Southeast Mini Moto, and most importantly, my family.
Awesome. Second overall, Connor Raymond. Connor, you're up here on the podium. How's it feel?
Pretty good.
Do you have anybody you'd like to thank?
Rye Helmets, Historic GP, V&M, Scott Power Sports, and my family.
Awesome. Congratulations. And your GP 160 national champion, Jace Dill. Jace, how's it feel to be a champion?
Great, it feels great.
Do you have anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, my mom, my dad, Dunlop, KYT, MotoAmerica, Mission, Riders Formation, Oval USA, Danny Vale.
Also, I see the suit. What was the idea behind that?
I never get to wear it, so I just wanted to wear it.
All right, congratulations. Congratulations, guys. That's awesome. Coming home with a lot of hardware. Kind of start building y'all a podium shelf already for all your trophies. Alrighty, next up, Street GP. Third place, Sean Bandel. And Chuck Ashland from MotoAmerica will bring you your trophy. Second place, Joshua Rodriguez. And your champion of the Street GP, Cameron Jones. And Chuck Ashland again from MotoAmerica, bringing you your trophy. Corey from Dunlop passing out the hats. And then we're going to have Ken Salant from the AMA to bring in your number 1 plate. Also in this class, they will get a Tommy Duma pendant, championship, a Rye helmet, a Motion Pro pack, and we already seen the most important, the number 1 plate. Sean, up here on the podium, how was it?
Yeah, it was a great day, beautiful track. Pleasure to race with these guys. Wish I had a little bit more for them, but I'll be back next year fighting hard.
All right, you got anybody you want to thank?
Yes, I do. I want to thank my beautiful wife, Julia, back home in Colorado, my daughter, Jalen, who's a feisty 13-year-old who's watching, hopefully, my 11-year-old son, and my little guy, Nico, who's out here fighting with everything he had in the 50cc class.
Awesome. Congratulations. Joshua Rodriguez, second, up here on the podium. How's it feel?
Feels pretty good, man. Feels pretty good. Some good competition. I've never been here before, so it was different getting to learn, forward and reverse on the track. So pushed a little bit, tried to put my head down. It was good.
You got anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, my family, Coyote Power Sports, obviously Dunlop, Mission Foods, myself for doing a lot of the driving to get up here, doing a lot of the work, stuff like that. So, but yeah, everybody who supported me, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Congratulations. And your champ, Cameron Jones. Cameron, that number 1 plate looks good.
It feels good, no doubt. I'm really excited we were able to have a nice warm weekend, sunny weather, great people. I can't thank everybody enough for coming out. We got the Dunlop truck out here, which is really awesome. We got a new Arai helmet on the way. That's really cool. Can't thank Honda Power Sports enough, Honda Pro Oils, Jones Honda Powerhouse. Man, there's just so many people that can't thank enough for putting us on the box up here. If it wasn't for that package, then we wouldn't be here right now. So we'll be back next year and fighting for more.
All righty, congratulations. And that's it. We're going to wrap up the first ever Mission MotoAmerica Mini Cup presented by Motul. We can't thank Dunlop enough for everything they did, helping these riders, and also the amateur elite program. Also Tommy Duma for the pendant. I know it's something those riders will be able to have forever. The Rye for their helmet, Motion Pro for the Pro Pack. All these guys got some awesome tools. So thank you all you guys. Thank you to MotoAmerica, and also thanks to the AMA, Dunlop again, and all the kids and the parents and everybody that came this weekend. I know it takes a lot of sacrifice to be here, so on behalf of MotoAmerica, thank you all for being here. And next week, tune in, MotoAmerica Live Plus, Mid-Ohio. MotoAmerica is back in Mid-Ohio. So tune in next week, and thanks for joining us.